We'll be monitoring that to bring you some comments post-trial, post-verdict here live on Fox 35 News Plus. Stick around for that.
All right, Manny, thank you. All right, Bri.
Am I wrapping the show? All right, we've got much more ahead. We, of course, will have Fox 35 News Plus at 11 o'clock. Manny just previewed what they're going to have coming up as well. We will have much more. There are many sides of that story and the rest of the local news. As we leave it this morning, we're going to listen in from the courthouse and in New York. We'll be right back tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
I thought there was just a lot of kind of short-sighted moments in terms of how this thing was presented to the jury. And we're left with a situation where, you know, I'm with Paul. I think that, you know, there's going to be a hell of a celebration in South Florida tonight for Sean Combs' family, because I'm pretty sure he gets out.
So here's some more color from inside the courtroom when the not guilty verdicts were read. So 2 of them were guilty. There were excited squeals in the courtroom coming from his supporters. Combs was nodding, put his hands in prayer. Kids and supporters could be heard excitedly saying yes. Also sighs of relief as described here. When the judge pulled the jurors, Combs nodded along. He also nodded when the judge spoke to the jurors about speaking to the media and thanked the jurors. When the judge said Mr. Combs doesn't want to go back to the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, I do believe, as they were talking about release, Combs nodded vigorously in agreement for there. Just to tab down a little bit longer here, Combs could be heard saying, "Thank God," and "I love you" several times. The lawyers all hugged. Tenny Garrigus was crying as she hugged the Combs family.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Thank you for joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We want to get straight out to New York. And right now what you're looking at is one of the attorneys, we believe, for one of the defendants in the case against, the federal case against rapper Sean Diddy Combs, is now speaking with reporters after a verdict. And that was the fact that Sean Combs was acquitted of the most serious charges. Why don't we listen in live and then we'll get you the very latest. So here you're listening to the attorney. It's a little hard to hear him. There is not a handheld microphone that we have from our source. So we are listening from the camera's audio, and you can see, in fact, just minutes before we came on air, the cameraman was sprinting to get to this live location. We're also watching this one here, which is just down the block, and that is, you see the gathering outside the courthouse in New York of people, photographers, in one of those Mercedes Sprinter vans, that black van that looked like moments ago that Diddy Combs' family walked out of the courtroom. Now, the rapper was facing 5 federal charges, and I will put them here on screen for you, and I'll run through what it is that was decided by the verdict this morning. You recall yesterday we had a partial verdict. This morning we have decisions on all 5 counts. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy, not guilty, which was the most serious charge. And then also not guilty of count 2, the sex trafficking by force, and count 4, sex trafficking by force. So not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4. Those were the most serious charges of which he has been acquitted. Guilty on counts 3 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution twice over. So it is a deliberation that lasted a little more than 2 days. I believe the jury got the case on Monday. Why don't we take another live look here outside the courthouse in Manhattan, and you will see, again, as the live shot, the picture is having a little bit of a signal issue, a little connection trouble. As I monitor the feeds here, why don't we go to the other one here where we have, it looks like an attorney walking away. There's the front doors to the courthouse, and the camera is bouncing around a little bit as there's just a confusion as to who to follow and who to go after, perhaps to get some interviews and some fast reaction. But there is a podium that is set up outside of the front steps to the courthouse, where traditionally, after a court case, you'll have people come up and step up. And let's see if we can listen in as we walk along here.
Thank you. Everything good. They have almost unlimited resources. Thank you.
You just heard there about federal court and feeling good, and a thank you from what we believe is one of the attorneys here in this case, not sure exactly who on which side, and then you'll see the front steps of the courthouse here in Manhattan. This is federal court. All the cameras are outside. Cameras are not allowed inside federal court. So you have to have basically runners, people inside who listen and run out to share the verdict and the news with everyone else that is out here waiting. Let's see if I can bounce around and pull up another feed. I will go and click out. We'll change here. And this one will give you a look at some of the setup that we're staring at. And this is all happening in Manhattan. And so we'll hit Edge Live 1. And why don't I do that? And this is the setup that we're looking at. You'll see those gold doors, the revolving doors. Those are the doors to the courthouse. Right there on the left of the screen, you see just the number of microphones, because this is a case that has had international appeal for the past weeks of trial, but even well before that, when the charges were announced and the arrest was made. If I recall correctly, that was either late 2023 or even early 2024 that there was an arrest. So we will
two of Diddy's lawyers just
keep
left.
watch on this door, see if people come up and speak with reporters. We do know that court has adjourned for the morning, and the judge is considering whether to free Diddy on bail. But one more time, rapper Sean Combs, why don't we show you one more time, has been found not guilty and acquitted of the most serious charges. Here they are on your screen. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Count 2, sex trafficking by force. Count 4, sex trafficking by force. Not guilty. Found guilty on both counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Those are counts 3 and 5. So we are still watching here in New York outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Watching and waiting for when somebody comes up to the podium, and when they do, you will hear it here live on Fox 35 News Plus. But in the meantime, as we watch there with you, we'll tell you some of what we do have planned for the rest of our hour. We will keep our eyes on this as we do this. We do know that here, in terms of local news in Orlando, suspected murderer and suspected child predator Stephan Sterns has a pretrial hearing today that is in 1:30 down in Osceola County. We'll have a preview of that. This is for the sex crimes case and not the murder case. Those are two separate cases. We do know that it's the sex crimes case that would be going to trial in just a couple of weeks. And so Stephan Sterns, you'll recall, is the man accused of kidnapping and killing 13-year-old Maddie Soto. That happening last year. And so we will get a preview from Amanda McKenzie in just a little bit. We also have a story about firework thefts, that they were caught on camera, the thieves taking fireworks. You know, it's that time of year where selling fireworks, buying fireworks, that is big business. And to get those big booms, it costs big money. And that is what thieves are after. And then we also have a July 4th safety reminder as well. The governor this morning was in Monticello, Florida. This was a bit of an interesting piece of history, if you like history. He was unveiling a statue of Thomas Jefferson just outside the Monticello Courthouse. So the governor says that it is part of the year-long celebration for America's 250th birthday. That anniversary would be next year. And so this would be the second one, the second presidential statue unveiled by the governor since unveiling a statue of George Washington at the state capitol just earlier this year, back in February. Today is a busy day when it comes to politics on the floor of the United States House, and that is because the Senate yesterday approved Trump's spending bill called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That is its official name. And right now, why don't we take you to the House? I'll hit Edge Live 1 on there and take this here, and we'll show you some of
they don't
what's
have
going
the
on
vote, they
on
still have
the
to
floor of the
take
House.
the embarrassing vote. There are also other consequences, but this speaks
So
to
the
time of
United
authority
States
is
House
the
is
one
expected to
Republican
vote
leadership
on
is
this
most
bill this
afraid of. Now, I
afternoon
expect they'll try
or
to fix this
sometime
within
today.
amendments,
We will
but I
see
have a question for
when
members.
that
If this
is. We did
Republican
have
leadership cannot
Congressman,
get a
local
one-paragraph
Congressman Mike
rule right,
Haridopoulos,
can we really trust
as
them
well
to
as
get
Maxwell
a
Frost
870-page
to give
rule
reaction
right?
on both
Not
sides
only
of
are
this
we
issue.
going to find
So
things that
we
were
will
snuck into
take a
this
break
bill,
here
we're gonna
on
find massive
Fox
mistakes
35
that
News
have
Plus.
unintended
There is a
consequences
lot that we
for
are
people
monitoring in New York. It's a
industries
fluid
across this
situation.
country. This whole
We hope you
process
stay
has
with
been
us.
lousy,
We'll
and
be
this rule
right
is no
back
exception, and I
after
reserve.
this.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Plus, here's a live look at the beautiful sand and water along Daytona Beach. Listen, we are monitoring some big breaking news out of New York. We thank you for being here with us. Manny Martinez in for Garrett Weimer here all week. I am going to pull up some of the video sources that we're looking at as we stay on top of this story. On the left, what you see is looks like just a gathering of people, and they're having an argument. We're not going to bring you the audio because it is just not clean enough for television, for streaming. And then on the right side, that's also outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan as we wait for people to come out and give us their reaction to the verdict. So why don't we get to the verdict just one more time before we move on to some of the other news today, and that is not guilty, acquitted of the most serious charges, those being counts 1, counts 2, and 4. Racketeering, sex trafficking by force, twice over. Not guilty for those. Guilty for counts 3 and 5, transportation to engage in prostitution. So it has been our big breaking story of the morning, and we do know that, again, the court has adjourned, and they are now deciding, the judges at least, on whether to release Diddy on bail. As you see on the left side of your screen, I'm going to pull it up here in a moment. Looks like the New York Police Department, NYPD officers, are separating some people out there. Again, we're not giving you some of the audio just because it's not clean. We can't filter it live through here, but you see, well, there was a double bird on camera here. As you can tell that people are passionate here outside of this courthouse, and you'll see on the far side of the street there's also barricades set up. So we are going to move on to some of our other stories. I previewed today the fact that Stephan Sterns is going to be in court in Osceola County, and he's the man accused of kidnapping and killing 13-year-old Maddie Soto back in 2024. He has a pretrial hearing in the sex crimes case this afternoon. He faces dozens of sex crimes charges, and we could see him in court this afternoon. He has made some appearances, though he doesn't appear every single time. Amanda McKenzie has our preview.
Good morning. Well, the trial was originally set to begin in May, but the judge pushed it back to July after attorneys on both sides said they needed more time to prepare their case. At the last hearing, the defense and prosecution argued over which evidence should be included and excluded from the trial. Now, both state prosecutors and the defense team for Stephan Sterns agree that information from his phone was gathered without a search warrant. But the state argues detectives were right to take his phone and go through it because they were concerned Sterns was allegedly trying to get rid of evidence. The defense said Sterns only gave consent to look at certain apps and even called on Sterns to testify.
Defendant attempted to destroy evidence already by factory resetting his phone.
What was your understanding, if any, as to what they were going to do with it?
They were just going to check my Google Maps and check to see if I was logged into Google, and that was it. That was all I agreed to.
Were you shown, or did they have a warrant?
They did not.
He stood there and never said no. It's not the onus. The onus is not on Mr. Sterns to say no. The onus is on law enforcement to ask if they can continue.
His defense team is still hoping the judge will consider tossing the evidence from the sex crimes trial. We are still awaiting a decision from the judge. Sterns was the live-in boyfriend of Madeline Soto's mother. Investigators say based on photo and video evidence recovered from his cell phone, which he voluntarily handed over, that his alleged sexual abuse of Maddie Soto had been going on for years. Maddie went missing on February 26th of last year, just days after her 13th birthday. Investigators found the teen's body 4 days later in a wooded area in St. Cloud. Sterns is facing 60 charges for sexual battery, molestation, and possession of child pornography. Now, the pretrial hearing for his sex crimes trial is set to begin at 1:30 this afternoon. We will be sure to let you know what happens. Now, as for his murder trial, that is currently slated to begin in September.
And we have Fox 35's Randy Hildreth that is slated to be in court in Osceola County this afternoon, and she will bring us the very latest developments on Fox 35 News at 5 and on the News Edge at 6. Our other story today that we're following this morning is a series of firework thefts, and we got some video, surveillance video, that shows some of it happening, and it's at a pop-up shop that they've also hit another location in Orlando. So Kissimmee and Orlando, those are miles apart, but under the same umbrella here of ownership. And Fox 35's Matt Trezza has that story.
This location near East Colonial had the most fireworks stolen. Thieves made off with grand finale fireworks and artillery fireworks, each valued between $200 and $600. The thefts were caught on surveillance camera. You can see the thieves stealing from Big Bang locations in Orlando on Monday and also Kissimmee yesterday. They cut the fence around the tent in Orlando to get in and stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of products. In Kissimmee, security stepped in, but the thieves still got away with some of the fireworks. The company's president says he feels like the thieves knew what they were doing. Now he's rushing to restock and ramp up security so they can make it to the 4th of July without any more thefts.
It's always a setback this close to the 4th of July because we're on a tight crunch to get product out. We have plenty of product, luckily. We really need to find these people and stop it.
The company's president says they're now doubling security at all of their Big Bang fireworks locations, not just the 2 that were hit by thieves. In Orlando, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
We're going to go to Washington, D.C., and that is where one of our local congressmen, Mike Haridopoulos, is currently speaking, talking about the big, beautiful bill on the House floor. Let's listen in.
That is action. And what are we putting in this bill? The money needed to make sure it stays that way. I'm proud to support this bill because I went to Washington for one reason: make promises, keep promises, and prove that the Republicans can lead and are willing to make sure that the great American comeback continues. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I read the bill too, and I want to know why Jeff Bezos and multi-millionaires and billionaires are getting tax cuts. Last night I offered an amendment to let Trump's tax cuts expire only for people earning more than $1 billion a year, and every single Republican voted against it. I mean, what's that all
So we just caught the back end of Mike Haridopoulos' comments. You heard he was in support of the spending bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We are still monitoring the scene outside the courthouse, the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Make sure to stay with Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back after this. We've got more news for the rest of the hour.
Whoever put this on here was not the smartest.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
It is a sunny start to our Wednesday here in Orlando. Thank you for being here with us. I'm Manny Martinez in for Garrett Weimer for the rest of the week. We are following a couple of big stories, and one of them, let's take you live to Washington, D.C., and that is Capitol Hill on the floor of the United States House, where they are currently debating the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. That is the president's spending bill. It passed the Senate yesterday, 51-50, after the vice president cast the tie-breaking vote. There were 3 Republican senators who voted no, siding with the Democrats. The Republicans, they have the majority in the Senate. They also have a razor-thin majority in the United States House, where they are currently mulling over the changes that the Senate made to the bill, which include to some of the Medicaid provisions. And so all of this is to meet the president's self-imposed deadline of July 4th. And so just a few minutes ago, you heard Congressman, the Republican congressman from Florida's 8th Congressional District, Mike Haridopoulos, speak live in support of the bill on the House floor. That was just minutes ago. We caught the back end of it. Before that happened, he did join us on Good Day Orlando. He spoke with Fox 35's Amy Courthouse.
If any changes are made by y'all at the House of Representatives, then it has to go back to the Senate again. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Amy. But today is the big day for the big, beautiful bill. I'm actually pleased to vote for this bill because it will provide needed tax relief to people hardest hit the last 4 years by energy prices, by rent prices, food prices, and this gives substantial breaks to earn for those people who earn overtime, tips, and of course, people who have earned Social Security by working their entire working lives. It's so important that we get this bill passed because we want to energize this economy and offer certainty and stability to taxpayers, whether it be business owners or individuals.
Mike, we know that Senator Scott was a holdout initially because he really wanted to make some of those changes to Medicaid. What are your thoughts on those changes that were made, and how will they potentially help Americans?
Well, I think the most important understanding about Medicaid is that we need to help our most vulnerable citizens. Those are our senior citizens in our nursing homes. Those are the disabled. Those are kids of low-income parents. Those are pregnant women. Those are untouched in this bill. And I want to make sure everyone hears that clearly. Medicaid is untouched for the vulnerable citizens in this country, let alone the state of Florida. In addition to that, the people who will, quote, lose Medicaid are just three groups. Those are people who are here illegally. Illegal aliens would no longer get Medicaid. Second are the groups of people who lied on their application and said they qualified. And third are people who simply refuse to work and just want free health care when other people are paying $1,500 or $2,000 a month for their family to get health care. And so we are keeping the vulnerable with Medicaid, and those people who choose not to participate or have broken the law will no longer receive Medicaid. That's really important for the viewers to know. We would not touch a vital program that helps those people who are truly in need.
Mike, I want to pause real quick here to listen to what Senator Chris Murphy had to say on Monday, because he was pretty critical of some of the cuts. So let's pause and listen to that, and then I'll get your reaction.
If you are going to ruin people's lives by kicking them off their health care or cutting their food stamps, don't make the moral injury even worse by padding the pockets of the richest people in the country.
All right, so Mike, this is something that you know, some Democrats have said that basically this bill is just going to make the rich richer, and also responding about the Medicaid changes. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I would advise Mr. Murphy to read the bill. It might be helpful he actually read the bill. Two things. One is the current rate for the wealthiest Americans is 37%. Under this bill, it stays exactly the same, 37%. The second part of this, again, is we're helping the most vulnerable. The people, like I mentioned before, pregnant women, persons in nursing homes, people who are disabled, their Medicaid will go untouched. So what he's talking about is simply not true. The only people who, quote, lose Medicaid are people who refuse to work, though they're able-bodied, are people who are here illegally, or people who simply lied to get Medicaid. And let me ask you this, Amy, how fair is it that people who work hard every day are paying $1,500, $2,000 a month for private health care, and a person who refuses to work gets free health care? That's not the American way. We're a nation of workers. We believe the rule of law. And this is no giveaway to the billionaires, as he said. He's exactly wrong. The highest tax rate stays exactly the same. And the people who do get these tax cuts are people on Social Security, who are people who work overtime and who earn tips, meaning people who earned their money. That's really important distinction. It's really reason why I'm voting for this bill. Plus, one last thing, Amy, the border incursions are down 99%. We proved we can actually secure the border. We're going to add more dollars to make sure that border stays secured.
Mike, we're almost out of time, but just real quick, the House has already passed this once. Do you anticipate this will happen again in time for the July 4th deadline that the president is hoping for?
We need to pass this bill. We need to offer certainty and stability to all Americans. I want to pass this bill today. I'm optimistic we'll get it done. It's essentially have the economy that we need so that we can really enjoy truly the American dream, because things are happening in a positive way here and around the world, and I want to be a part of that solution.
So this is a live look at the floor of the United States House. There you see Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she is the representative from New York, speaking now live. But yesterday, we had the chance to also interview Democrat Congressman Maxwell Frost. That just hours after the vice president cast the tie-breaking vote. We did ask him about the big, beautiful bill. We do have our full interview right now that is on Fox Local and our YouTube, where we also talked about Alligator Alcatraz. But here is the clip that you'll get from the representative about the big, beautiful bill.
This is a horrible and very unpopular piece of legislation, and I want to make sure people know what it is. He's calling it the big, beautiful bill. It is big, but it's not beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful if you're a billionaire or you own a mega corporation, But if you're a working person in this country, if you're a poor person in this country, if you're a small business owner in this country, it isn't anything but beautiful for you. Let's talk about the facts. Number one, it's going to eliminate healthcare for 17 million Americans by making drastic cuts to Medicaid. If you know someone who currently has healthcare because of Medicaid, they could be drastically impacted by this. It's also drastically impacting the Affordable Care Act, which will add an additional few million people who will lose their health care as well. It's going to rip away nutritional assistance from millions of Americans. We're talking about SNAP and WIC, the nation's premier anti-hunger program to help ensure that if people are having trouble, make ends meet, that we help them to feed themselves and their families. They're going to rip that away from millions of Americans. There's also another provision they're taking out that's going to rip away the grant program that allows school districts to get free lunch to all students in the school district. We know that when students have a full belly, they're going to perform better in school. And actually, if you have a child in Orange County Public Schools, guess what? Just about a year and a half ago, Orange County Public Schools made the announcement that every single kid in the public school system would receive free breakfast and lunch when they're at school, an amazing program. This bill will rip away the grant program that made that possible. Not only that, this bill is also going to raise energy costs and utility costs by hundreds of dollars for Americans across the entire country. So it's going to raise costs. It's going to take away programs from working people. And you might be asking yourself, why are they doing this? Is it just to save money? No. It's not to just save money. It's to give billionaires and mega corporations the largest tax break and tax giveaway that we've ever seen in this country. It's actually the largest transfer of wealth from the poor and the working class to the wealthy in the modern history of our nation. It's going to add $4 to $5 billion to our nation's deficit. So if you care about the deficit, this is horrible for the deficit. And on top of that, I want to make sure I dispel with some misinformation, if you'll indulge me for a minute, because as I've spoken with some people about the bill, sometimes they'll say, well, I heard that they're going to handle the taxation on Social Security. That is a lie. It's not in this bill at all. It's not even in the bill. So if you ever hear that this deals with taxation on Social Security, complete lie, not in the bill. You can look it up. The second thing people bring up to me is, well, it has no tax on tips. Well, if you look at the way it's written out, there's a million exemptions in it for the no tax on tips. And actually, the no tax on tips they're putting in is mainly going to help big restaurants, not the tipped workers. And if you've ever been a tipped worker where you get tipped out, which means there's a pool and then the restaurant gives you the tip, most of these tips in on credit cards, you're actually not going to see the kind of savings that you think you're going to see. Most tipped workers are actually not really going to benefit from this at all. They put these things in here and really blatantly lied about some of these things because they know that when people see the facts of the bill, they're going to hate it and it's going to be very unpopular. This is going to make the wealth inequality in this country worse, putting more resources and money in the pockets of the billionaires and mega corporations and less for working families. It's a horrible bill. I actually had a bunch of events planned in Orlando this week. I canceled all of them. I took a flight here very early this morning. I'm getting right after this. I'm going to go debate this bill. I'm going to do everything I can to stop it, to delay it, to make sure people know how horrible it is for this nation. And I'm going to take it till the end. We're going to fight this thing.
So that was Representative Maxwell Frost on the big, beautiful bill. He said yesterday that he had events planned in Orlando, canceled them because he had to go back up to Washington, D.C. And as a matter of fact, why don't we go back live to Washington, D.C., and that is where Debbie Wasserman Schultz is on the House floor. She is a Democratic Congresswoman from South Florida.
On this bill, its legacy will be Trump lied and people died. Vote no. I yield back.
Chair would remind members, once again, not to engage in personalities toward the president. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
When we say that the Republican Party has turned into a cult, this is what we mean. Our Republican colleagues are pushing a bill that would throw their constituents under the bus, a bill that flies in the face of everything they claim to stand for, all because Donald Trump wants a bill signing photo op by the 4th of July. Our Republican colleagues know that this bill will cost 17 million Americans their health insurance. They know that nursing homes in their own districts will have to close down. They know that under this bill, $5 trillion of debt are being added that will be paid for by my children and your children and their children for generations to come, so that today's billionaires can get a tax break. They know that this bill is unpopular and many of their vulnerable members will lose re-election over it. But the cult leader has decided he wants his photo op on July 4th, and our Kool-Aid drinking colleagues are going along with it. They know this is wrong. They still have a chance to do right by their constituents and their convictions. Vote no on this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
So the debate continues, and you'll hear that the House members will be given just a little bit of time to share their thoughts before any kind of vote. Now, this would be the second time the House votes on it. They did pass it earlier before it went to the Senate, and the Senate made its changes, and ultimately it has to return back to the House for final approval before it would head to the president's desk should it be passed. So we will be back with some more Fox 35 News Plus after the break. Stay with us.
It provides for securing the border. It provides for energy independence.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
So welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus on this Wednesday. It looks like our graphics have frozen. We're troubleshooting that. In the meantime, we'll see if we can get this video of Governor. Well, let's see if I can put it on myself here. Yes, I can do that. All right, so I'll make sure not to hit that graphic here for the rest of the show. Thank you for joining us here. Garrett Weimer has the week off. We are going to now go to Monticello, Florida. That's where Governor Ron DeSantis was earlier this morning. He was unveiling a nice new statue of Thomas Jefferson. And the governor says that it's all part of the year-long celebration as the United States celebrates 250 years. That anniversary is next year, but why not party for the whole year in advance of that? So back in February, the governor also unveiled a statue of George Washington at the state capitol, this one in Monticello, Florida. Of course, Thomas Jefferson had Monticello up north. So there's that connection there. So why don't we listen into what the governor had to say earlier this morning in Monticello.
But if you want to know about debates throughout American history that we have had about the role of government, almost all those debates trace back to Hamilton and Jefferson having the clash. And they were both really big intellects, really big thinkers. And ultimately, Hamilton, I think, won Washington's affection with his vision more than Jefferson did. But Jefferson ended up getting elected president in 1800, and then he was able to put his vision into reality. But it's interesting because he was viewing, they say it when they teach it in school, they say, well, he was a strict constructionist. Hamilton was a loose constructionist. And maybe that's the right way, but I mean, I think that a lot of people view it and say, you want to just accurately interpret the Constitution. And so if there's a robust power, then it's robust. If it's not, then it's not. Be that as it may, the caricature of Jefferson has been that he was very stingy. He read every single power very narrowly. You couldn't really move a muscle at the federal level unless it was specifically there in the Constitution. But then he had an opportunity to do something which no president has been able to do since then, and that's double the size of the country with the Louisiana Purchase. And it created a conundrum for him, because if you're going to be very stingy on how you view that, there was no explicit provision saying that you could buy land. Now, there were powers that would imply that, and that's why a lot of people were fine with what he did. But, he had to really wrestle with this. Ultimately, he pulled the trigger. It's got to be one of the best real estate acquisitions in world history that he was able to do. And it really set the stage for the country to expand and ultimately become what it is. He reduced the federal debt when he was in. That's something that I think a lot of people, appreciate this day and age. I don't think the founders would ever have imagined that we would have ended up having a debt to GDP ratio that's like 130% of our economy. So he really was fiscally responsible, and he did believe in limited government. He didn't want government micromanaging. He really wanted the states to be the leader and be in control of this. Now, some people looked at his presidency. There were definitely some missteps, the embargo of 1807, all this stuff. And I think it was Benjamin Rush that said, he loved Jefferson, but Jefferson may have had a little bit more genius than judgment on some of these core issues. So that's something that people have criticized him for. And he's also, of course, been criticized for having written the Declaration of Independence, saying that all men are created equal, and yet continue all the way until the end to own a lot of slaves. And people say, you were in Virginia, it was a plantation type society before the Declaration. But, even other people that were in that, like George Washington, eventually freed all his slaves. Jefferson never did that. It was always a big struggle with him, and he would kind of agonize in these letters. But a lot of people have said, okay, he asserted everyone's equal. He said that we're small d democratic, but he really did live as an aristocrat and didn't totally fulfill in his personal life. the principles that he put down. And so he's criticized for that. And I think it's totally fair. And I think it's fair to criticize any of the founders for the decisions and actions they make, but I do think it's wrong to demonize them and act like somehow 250 years later, like, oh, you did this. So take them for all the pluses and minuses, and even when he retired, he founded one of the great universities in this country, University of Virginia. He designed the University of Virginia. He was an architect and was able to do that. Honestly, this building is similar to kind of Jefferson's style of architecture. So he was a very multifaceted guy, not just a statesman. He was a scholar, he was a writer, he was an inventor. He did a lot of things that you really probably wouldn't see too many people who were able to do that in this day and age. And so I think it's appropriate that the state of Florida is recognizing all the people that helped bring into fruition our country. But I think here in Jefferson County, I think it's appropriate to be able to have a statute that's been provided by the state of Florida so people can see the namesake and really study, and particularly for young people, think about some of the major issues that they were dealing with at the time, how he navigated independence, how he navigated some of these things. Really, really significant history. So I want to thank Courthouse for helping make this happen. We met at the end of last year, and I was like, we really want to do well here. We want to get this done. And I think we're really ahead of the curve with where other states are going. We've done the Washington. We have the Jefferson we'll unveil here. I know we're working on Hamilton, Madison. I think Franklin's in the works. We have that coming, which will be really, really good. And on it goes. And, we're not just going to only do counties that have namesakes. We think that America's 250 is important to celebrate in a wide variety of ways across all of Florida, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So, Cord, you want to come up here and we'll get this done?
So joining the governor here, that is Cord Boyd. That's the Secretary of State here in Florida. And that's the statue.
He's writing the Declaration of Independence with the quill pen. So good job.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. Thank you, Governor. I'm Secretary of State Courthouse. I have to think that Thomas Jefferson is smiling down from heaven, seeing that we are in Monticello and Jefferson County at the courthouse in a statute celebrating his life. And as we celebrate American independence this week, it is fitting to unveil the statue of Thomas Jefferson, the author of the Declaration of Independence. And I do want to take a moment. I see my good friends Senator Corey Simon, Representative Allison Tanter here, and I know Supervisor of Election Michelle Milligan. Y'all have great representation here in Jefferson. But adopted on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration is more than a historic relic. It is a living testament to the ideals of liberty and self-governance. And the governor touched on some of those. And one of my favorite understandings of the Declaration is by Abraham Lincoln, when he said that the Declaration is a golden apple surrounded by the Constitution's frame of silver. Because it was, as the governor said, it's the Declaration that set out those ideals of liberty and self-governance. And I think that's just an amazing way to look at it. The Declaration propelled a revolution, and almost 250 years later, we continue to draw strength and inspiration from its words. Thomas Jefferson considered the Declaration of Independence to be one of his greatest achievements, and he spent his life defending liberty and inspiring Americans to cherish and protect our freedoms. As we prepare for America's 250th birthday, this statue represents not just our history, but our ongoing civic duty to remain vigilant in defense of liberty, a value that continues to shine brightly in Florida. And I was thinking that as we get prepared, this is Independence Week, and we'll celebrate America's independence on the 4th, under Governor DeSantis' leadership. Every day in Florida is Independence Day, so thank you, Governor, for that. As chair of the America 250 Florida Advisory Commission, I am proud to lead our state's America 250 celebration, and this ceremony is part of that. The commission is planning events in all 67 Florida counties leading up to and throughout 2026, ensuring every Floridian can participate. Our goal will be to engage as many citizens and visitors as possible, to educate our children about America 250 and the events and people that have made our country great. I want to recognize the Department of State's Division of Historical Resources, who played an important role in acquiring the statue and working with Jefferson County Administrator Shannon Meddy on the logistics of bringing this important symbol to Monticello. I especially want to recognize the Museum of Florida's History Design and Fabrication Shop for transporting and installing the statue here at the courthouse. He weighs about 1,000 pounds, so it was quite an achievement to get it here. Finally, as we prepare to celebrate America's birthday this weekend, let's take a moment to appreciate Thomas Jefferson and all the founding fathers who sacrificed their security and comfort for the cause of freedom. I also encourage you to stay tuned for a slate of America 250 celebrations being held across the state in the coming year. They will be family-friendly, patriotic, and educational events celebrating the birth of the greatest nation in the world. So I want you to party like it's 1776, have a great Independence Day, and thank you so much for letting us be here today.
So that was Cord Byrd, the Secretary of State in Florida, joining Governor Ron DeSantis in Monticello, Florida, that's in Jefferson County, to unveil a statue of Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers, part of the year-long celebration as we get to the United States and America's 250th birthday next year. We're showing you a double box on screen right now. On the left, you see that is the United States House. On the floor, they are debating Trump's spending bill, the president's spending bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. On the right, we are ready to go, waiting, cameras situated outside the courthouse, the federal courthouse in Manhattan, for prosecutors and the defense team perhaps to come forward after court has now adjourned in the Diddy trial after a verdict to give us their reaction. So we're kind of watching two screens here at once. Diddy's verdict this morning comes after 2 full days of deliberations. We knew there was a partial verdict yesterday afternoon. That broke at about 4:30, 4:45 or so. This morning, we did find out decisions on all 5 of the counts and the charges that he was facing. And so why don't I put them here on screen for you? And that is on screen now. So you'll see that he did face 5 counts. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Count 2, sex trafficking by force. And then there's also count 4, sex trafficking by force. Counts 1, 2, and 4, the jury acquitted him, found him not guilty. Those were the 3 most serious charges. The other 2 counts, counts 3 and 5, both transportation to engage in prostitution. Those 2 counts of which the jury of his peers found him guilty. We do know that within the hour, court adjourned. We saw earlier, so we'll show you a live look here in New York as I can pull it up here on screen. And that is outside the courthouse of what we're looking at in Manhattan. This is happening live. You'll see folks still getting some attention here from reporters and cameras as they walk into the courthouse or walk toward the courthouse. People have been walking in and out for the better part of the last hour and a half. There's a reporter there walking out. You'll see the police have the barricades set up so that folks don't interfere here or get out of control. We did see on some earlier live pictures, if you were with us at the top of the hour, that it was a little rowdy. Police did have to separate some people who were getting into a little bit of a heated argument. So again, 5 counts that Diddy faced, 3 not guilty, 2 guilty. Now, the woman that we watched walk out of the car there, that is Janice Combs. That is Diddy's mom. You saw her waving to some of the cameras. So again,
Obviously are keeping a close eye on things. Sean Diddy Combs found guilty of 2 of the 5 counts. We are waiting for sentencing next. We're waiting to see what happens. He may even walk out this morning. We'll keep an eye on things and bring it to you when that does happen.
And you are again taking that live look outside the courthouse right now as we do continue to follow the latest here. Now, if you are just joining us, Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty today of racketeering and sex trafficking charges, but convicted of lesser prostitution charges. Following this 7-week trial that we have been bringing you here extensively on live now from Fox. The jury's verdict was announced on the 3rd day of deliberations. It could still send Combs to prison for as long as 20 years and is likely to end his career as a music executive and reality TV star. And you did just hear our coverage there saying we are now waiting on sentencing. The last we heard outside of the courthouse was from Cassie Ventura's attorney. Very brief remarks. We are still keeping an eye here on the outside of the court to see if we're going to be getting any additional comments here shortly. And I did want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team. It does appear that they are back in their coverage of this. They've had reporters outside the courthouse throughout this entire trial. Let's listen in.
The RICO charge.
Well, we had discussions even yesterday going back, and just when we knew that the notes came from the jury that the RICO charge was going to be the toughest, for them to find uniformity, on, and that note when it came back that there were strong opinions on both sides. Kind of, the pundits that we spoke with, our legal experts that we'll be bringing on in a minute, all thought that this was going to be the most serious one. It was also the one that carried the heaviest weight. We're talking a maximum of life in prison.
Including that second charge was also a maximum of life in prison. Right now, we're looking at possibly 20 years, which is the maximum sentence, but we're not going to see what's happening until sentencing comes down. But it was interesting that you brought up the RICO charge, because I think a lot of people were watching this trial as it started, asking why weren't they hitting that harder initially? And then this is what happened.
It was the burden of proof was very, very heavy, you know, to try to do. And even, you know, a few moments ago we heard from Arthur Aidala, Jeremy, who will be joining us in a minute, also talked about the fact that it was the burden of proof was very, very heavy, you know, to try to do. And even, you know, a few moments ago we heard from Arthur Aidala, Jeremy, who will be joining us in a minute, also talked about the fact that that was looked at as a reach anyway, because you had to that law, that RICO was instituted in 1970. It was mainly done to go after organized crime families and to try to prove those allegations and things like that. And they had to establish in this particular case that there was in fact some sort of service, an exchange, a promise of this, money involved. There was a lot to it. It was very, very, very heavy, and that's why it took so long, you know, for them to try to do that. Also, the fact that they deliberated, what, for 13 hours maybe, you know, 12 up until yesterday, then an hour today, you know, to come back with this.
And the person that has been following this all along has been Lisa Evers, who has been, you know, who has interviewed Diddy and has had these connections with people in that music world. She's down there in front of the courthouse right now talking about this this turnaround from yesterday. We went to, again, as Antoine said, you had two people on both sides of the aisle here, multiple people in part of the jury saying that they were not going to be persuaded. The judge said, you got to go back, you got to figure this out, and we came back with an answer this morning. So, Lisa, was there anything that surprised you from the results this morning?
Well, I think what was most surprising, Bianca and Antoine, was the speed. They came back today. Yesterday, it seemed intractable. The word was unpersuadable, that they could not be persuaded on that first RICO charge. And then all of a sudden this morning, what most people in the court thought was just another note from the jury about something, you know, mid-morning, it turned out to be, we have a verdict on this one charge, this RICO charge that we did not, you know, that they could not decide on. So that was a pretty quick turnaround. And as one former prosecutor has said, don't underestimate the power of a looming three-day weekend, holiday weekend ahead. So whether that was the fact or whether they had already gone through so much together, because remember, they're all sitting through nearly 2 months of this testimony and evidence, pretty hard not to have some kind of an idea just on an individual basis of which way they were going. But quite a scene this morning and quite a scene right now. Let me just show you what's happening, and then I'll bring you up to speed with where we're at with Combs, who is still in a holding pen in the building you see right behind me. So let's just show you what's happening. Oh, now the bus is here. We'll come back to that, Roy. So there's been a big crowd. There's a huge media crowd in front of the courthouse, which has been for most of the trial, especially yesterday and today. And then what is happening now is the judge had asked for basically a bail package, and also comments from the prosecutors about whether or not they should grant Diddy bail. So he was found not guilty, as you guys were talking about, the RICO charge, the racketeering, which is also called the racketeering conspiracy charge. That was the most serious. He was looking at many, many years, if not life, behind bars on that if he was found guilty of that one. They also found him not guilty on 2 counts of sex trafficking, but they did find him guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution. Each one of the charges, which has been mentioned, carries a maximum of 10 years, and sometimes when there's double counts on the same charge, they'll allow somebody to serve them concurrently. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves with that, because right now what his defense team is focused on is trying to convince this judge to make sure that they can get him bail and get him out of there from that, you know, from that courthouse. Now, just a short time ago, we saw jurors were ushered out in a very low profile, some might say secret side entrance of the court. They were taken out that way so they would not have to face all of the media that's out there. Mrs. Janice Combs left less than 10 minutes ago, so I think that shows some indication that they might be making progress with the bail. I would take, because she has literally been by his side and here in court every single day, supporting her son. And also too, Janice Combs was, you know, she's his mother, which is #1 role, but she was also a partner in some of the businesses, the legitimate businesses in the Bad Boy Worldwide empire that were here, you know, that were mentioned in the course of this trial. So basically what's happening now is the prosecutors asked for a couple of hours to put together their notes on bail. Remember that earlier throughout this trial, Combs was denied bail 3 separate times. $50 million worth of bail. But today a big victory for the defense, victory for the defense in terms of beating that main RICO charge, which a lot of people in the legal community that we've interviewed dozens and dozens over the last couple of months on this, felt that was too aggressive on the part of the prosecution, that it didn't really fit what the crimes were here, but they were going for it anyway. So that's the latest from here, guys. Back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you.
We're going to have a lot more coverage on top of this case. Stay with us as we head to break.
This is Alex Pillow.
Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team as you are taking that live look once again outside the courthouse in New York. We'll head back to their coverage after their commercial break. Again, we are going to have an analyst join us here in just about 5 minutes or so as we are going to continue to discuss what this all means for Sean Diddy Combs here. I did want to share this on your screen because we do know that he was found not guilty on 3 counts, guilty on 2. And you can see what exactly those were on your screen. I am going to take down this banner just for a moment here so we can read through this together. The racketeering conspiracy, not guilty. And again, this was the biggest point here for Combs because that could have been a maximum sentence of life in prison, which he is now avoiding here. He was also found not guilty on sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. But he was found guilty on transportation for purposes of prostitution. So count 3 and 5, he was found guilty there. And that is a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. So with both of those combined there, he could be looking at 20 years in prison. But again, we are still awaiting the sentencing here. Lastly, that count for sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, he was found not guilty as well. So again, as we head back to this live look right now, we will head back to our Fox 5 New York coverage momentarily here. But there are still a lot of questions here. And I think one of them is also being what led to the jury deciding on those 2 counts that Combs is guilty of, but not those other 3. And I really want to get into the mind of the jurors here. And that's what we're going to do in just about 5 minutes here when we do bring on our analyst. Also, this push here of, just the other day, we were seeing the jury could not come to a decision on that racketeering count. And now this morning, we saw this verdict come out here pretty quickly. So when we talk to our legal analyst, we're going to get all those answers for you here. I'm actually going to see as well if my producer can make a poll for you guys to weigh in to see what questions you do have about this. We're going to get that up and running here for you. And what you're going to be able to do in just a few moments from now is we're going to put that on your screen and you'll be able to scan that QR code and write in your questions. We'll answer them live here on Live Now from Fox. As we do speak with a legal analyst in a short amount of time. We're also, of course, looking for reaction on social media here at Live Now from Fox as we do follow this breaking news. And we are compiling some tweets and social media posts here as well to share with you as we do get reaction in. I do want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team as they are back in their coverage.
Former prosecutor and legal defense attorney here giving us some insight on how this all happened. Seth, we're talking about these critical legal steps as of now. What are we seeing in terms of sentencing? Will that come possibly before or after bond may be granted?
So the first step, Bianca, today is for the judge to determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond. So the judge has asked for papers from both sides to be submitted by 1 p.m., less than an hour from now. And I expect the court to reconvene at some point this afternoon, maybe about 3 or 4 p.m., to make a determination as to whether he's going to release Combs on bond pending sentence. It's pretty... I would expect he should be released. On a case like this, they are generally released when he's been acquitted of the RICO racketeering and been acquitted of the sex trafficking, and he's only been convicted of the Mann Act prostitution charges. He should be released on bond. The defense has asked for a bond package of $1 million with him to live at his home on Star Island in Florida and travel to Florida, LA, and New York. Now, the judge may have some hesitation about him leaving the state of New York and leaving New York City specifically, so there may be something in between. There may be an ankle monitor involved. But so that's the first step, Bianca, is today the judge will determine whether he's going to release Combs on bond and have him come back for sentencing, or he's going to hold him in custody. Sentencing is not going to happen for many months down the road. It'll probably be October or November at this point. The parties still need to file motions on the convicted counts. and there will be a very hard-fought sentencing. The minimum. There's no minimum on these counts, but there is a 10-year maximum on each of these counts, and they can run consecutively up to 20 years. So he is still facing up to 20 years in incarceration, but I expect he would get much less than that.
So let me ask you this, Seth. So the maximum is 10, so he's looking at potentially 20. Does the judge have to follow the guidelines, or does the judge have any ability to just do what he wants to here?
So the maximum is not necessarily the guidelines. There will also be sentencing guidelines associated with these counts, which will be calculated by the judge and calculated by each of the parties. The judge has full discretion here. He could go down, I would expect a sentence in a couple of year range at this point based on the evidence that's been presented. Can't make any guarantee, but that's the sentence that I would expect at this point.
What about his time served, though? Wouldn't that impact his ultimate sentence?
Of course, he will get credit for all of the time that he's been in since the fall of last year, and that will absolutely impact the sentence that he'll receive when he ultimately does receive that sentence. The Bureau of Prisons calculates how much time he served when the sentence is then pronounced in determining when he will be released.
No prior record either, correct? That weighs into this.
Correct. Combs has no record, and that should weigh heavily into what sentence he should receive. Prior defendants who have no record, who are convicted of similar Mann Act violations, receive a sentence much less than the 10-year maximum.
Okay.
What that will be is up to the judge, and we won't know that for many months. Today, the battle, though, is whether or not Combs will be released from the MDC and whether he'll walk out of the courthouse with his family this afternoon, or whether he'll be going back to the MDC.
Let's go back to the charges, because I feel like this is a massive blow for the Southern District of New York, who they have incredible power to really convict people a lot of times, and this time they did not. They failed on these two very important charges. What does that look like in moving forward?
It's a huge blow to the SDNY. They spent millions and millions of dollars on this prosecution. This was a very public prosecution, and it's a huge blow. We always knew that the RICO racketeering count was a very aggressive count.
Right.
It was always going to be a really high burden to get him convicted on that count. So I'm not surprised to hear that. The sex trafficking count, which he was also acquitted of, I always thought was also a high burden, because the defense to that is consent. And there was plenty of evidence from both Cassie and Jane that although after the fact they didn't like what had happened, but they had consented at the time and they stayed in consensual relationships with Combs. So he's been convicted of the two lesser counts at this point, and we'll obviously see what the judge does this afternoon.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Stay with us. Our coverage will, of course, continue, everybody. We want to let everybody know that Bianca and I will be talking with a criminal defense attorney when we return.
Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. And once again, I am sharing this with you here. We were saying that we are going to have on a legal analyst momentarily here. And if you have any questions, you can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and you can write in, and we will answer these questions live on air here. What questions do you have about the Diddy verdict? Because, again, there are still some questions here, especially when it comes to sentencing and where we move from here. So scan that QR code. You're going to have to go to the Ask Now page once you do scan that QR code. And that way you can write in your questions. We're going to be answering them live here momentarily as we do bring on a legal analyst. So I am going to leave this up here for just a moment here. If you are just joining us, we continue to follow this breaking news in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. He was found not guilty on 3 counts, guilty on 2. So again, he was found not guilty on major charges, but found guilty of lesser prostitution offense. The guilty charges involve a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. So what is the Mann Act? It's a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for illegal sexual activity. The maximum penalty for violating the Mann Act is 10 years in prison and a fine. Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the Mann Act. Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, 1 count relating to ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, who testified, and 1 count relating to an unnamed woman known as Jane throughout the trial. The second Mann Act charge was filed on April 3rd. The judge could issue concurrent sentences for each guilty count, meaning that Combs could serve his sentence for each count at the same time, which would carry a maximum 10-year sentence. Combs could also be sentenced for each count separately, which would carry a maximum sentence of 20 years. The jury did acquit him of the racketeering conspiracy and sex trafficking charges, which were related to allegations that he forced girlfriends into hundreds of drug-fueled sex marathons with other men. His lawyers said the women were willing participants. So consent, as we heard in the Fox 5 New York coverage, there, also a big key part of this trial that we will ask our legal analyst here in just a short amount of time. Now, if you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, I was explaining a moment ago that we do have this QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen. You can scan that, head to the Ask Now page, write in some questions. We're going to be bringing on our legal analyst here in just a short amount of time. Again, what questions do you have about the Diddy verdict? We'll answer those shortly. In the meantime, let's head back to our Fox 5 New York team for more coverage.
He's been acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering. However, he has still been convicted of 2 prostitution offenses.
And joining us right now, criminal defense attorney Randy Zellin, joining us by Zoom. Randy, thank you so much for being with us. Our first question, were you surprised at any of the decisions made in this case? Share your opinions with us.
Not at all. No, I don't have a crystal ball, and no, I'm not a soothsayer. But quite frankly, I have been saying from the get-go that, in my opinion, this case was going to end up exactly as it did, with convictions on the bringing prostitutes across state lines and acquittals on the sex trafficking and the RICO.
We're talking about the sentencing right now. What's the sentencing range for the 2 counts that he's been convicted on? Essentially, when you're looking at that time served, which is 9 months, could he walk free on this?
No, I think you've got a couple of interesting dynamics when you're talking about federal criminal sentencing. One, you have the statute. We know that the statutory maximum for the counts of conviction are 10 years each, but throw those away. Everything lives and dies with what we call the federal sentencing guidelines. It's a series of mathematical computations. Your life as a defendant is reduced to an accounting. Every crime carries with it points. What you do in furtherance of the crime carries with it points. You add, you subtract, you go to a chart. There is a vertical axis, which are the number of points, a horizontal axis, which is your criminal history, and you land on a range in months. And from there, we get to a sentencing. So I think the good news for Mr. Combs is that he was acquitted of the more serious crimes, convicted of the less serious crimes, still carries statutory maximums. And when you do the guideline calculations, and here's the part that really will trip everybody up, the judge is allowed to consider the acquitted conduct in a federal criminal case so long as he finds that the proof was by a preponderance. So don't be surprised if Mr. Combs ends up with a sentence that looks a lot closer to double digits than it does to single digits, given what the judge saw in this trial.
Randy, how do you view?
And that is our Fox 5 New York coverage there. We'll continue to listen in there and head back to that in just a few moments. But for right now, I do want to bring in our legal analyst, Nima Rahmani. He has joined the show throughout this entire trial. Thank you so much for joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. And as I've been sharing here, we do have a lot of viewer questions coming in. So what I did want to do right now is share one of those here and have you answer in real time. So we do have this question. This is saying, is it possible for him to be released today on time served and just probation? Would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So yes, and not quite. He should absolutely be released today on bail. He deserves bail. He's not a risk of flight. He's not a danger to the community. He's beaten the most serious charges. I expect Judge Subramanian to do that. But he can't be sentenced today because U.S. probation needs to prepare a pre-sentence report, and that can take months. But he'll be a free man while that process plays out. I was doing some back-of-the-napkin calculations. I think he's probably looking at a range of somewhere maybe between 15 to 21 months. Certainly nowhere near the 10-year maximum that people have been talking about, especially prosecutors. So I expect Combs to get time served or something close to it. That's what he deserved and what will go down as the most expensive prostitution trial in American history.
I do want to go off of what you just said, because our next viewer question here, you did just briefly answer, but I think we just a little more clarity here, because here's what one of our viewers wrote in. What would be the longest prison sentence? Could each count be consecutive? And what's the difference? And again, we've been touching on that here throughout the show ever since we did learn the verdict. Can you just break this down a little bit further for our viewers?
The longest potential sentence is 20 years, 10 years on each count. The judge could run them consecutively, but everyone talks about the maximum sentence in federal cases. That doesn't matter. What matters is the advisory sentence. So there's the federal sentencing guidelines, and I'm not going to bore you with the math, but just know that back in the day, they used to be mandatory, which meant that judges would have to calculate the range of sentences and they had to stick within that guideline. Now, there was a Supreme Court case about 20 years ago where they said, you know what, the guidelines aren't mandatory, but they're advisory. But still, a lot of judges stick within those guidelines. That's why I've been talking about that 15 to 21 months. That's probably where Combs is going to end up in terms of his guidelines. So when people are talking about 10 years and 10 years and the prosecution said they're going to go for the full 20, you can just forget about it. The prosecutors in the prestigious Southern District of New York need to take this loss, move on. The jurors did not believe the victims. The jurors did not think that Combs was running a criminal enterprise. Prostitution is not a serious charge. And look, let's be real. Christy, if Combs is guilty of prostitution, so is Cassie Ventura and victim Jane. They were contacting the sex workers and paying them as well. I'm not suggesting that Cassie or Jane should be prosecuted, but let's apply some logic and reasoning. I'm as pro-prosecution as they come. I believed in this case, but the jury has spoken. Combs should be free and he should get time served or close to it.
Going off of that as well here, this other question we're getting in that I was also going to ask you, can Diddy appeal the 2 counts of these charges?
He can, but he doesn't have much of a legal leg to stand on. Let's talk about the defense's argument for prostitution. They said that Combs thought he was hiring porn stars and making homemade pornos. Well, if that was true, why are you paying them cash and asking the escorts if they're a cop? So not a good argument. I think Combs is ecstatic that he's guilty of prostitution. I think that was a gimme and something that was really thrown in by the government. I think had we known ex ante before this that Combs would just be found guilty of prostitution, no prosecutor in this country would have taken the case. And I don't think Combs is going to waste his time on an appeal when he's likely just going to get really little to no additional time.
We'll head back to some more of your questions in a second, but I just wanted to talk to you more about the key legal distinctions that led to the convictions on the 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, but the acquittals of the sex trafficking charges. I want to get into the mind of the jury with all of this because we know that they were having a difficult decision just the other day, and I feel like now this all came out pretty quickly here this morning.
No question. And look, I was on live now yesterday and I predicted it. So hopefully we have that tape and we can roll it. So it started, let's just get into the mind of the jurors. We started with day 1, juror 25, saying that he won't deliberate. Well, that led me to believe that he was a defense juror. You know, someone that says, I think he's guilty across the board isn't going to elicit that type of juror reaction on the first hour and the first day of deliberation. So we had at least one sign that we had one very pro-defense juror, right? Then when the jury returned a very quick verdict yesterday, now obviously we didn't get the verdict yesterday, but they sent a note saying that they were all in agreement on 4 of the 5 counts. I always thought prostitution was in the bag. I thought that there's no way any jury in the world would not find him guilty of prostitution. But I knew the sex charges were weak, and I knew a quick verdict is a defense verdict on those serious charges because there was so much evidence of consent, Christy. Cassie had emails and text messages saying that she loved to get freaky and couldn't wait to do another freak off. Mia never reported the sexual assault to law enforcement. Even during her first meetings with prosecutors, she didn't talk about it. There's social media posts where she says she loves Diddy. This is her brother. And Jane, even though she had some messages saying she didn't want to participate in the hotel nights, she had a transactional relationship. She was an OnlyFans model. She was asking Diddy for money. He's still paying her rent and her legal fees right now. She's getting bags. She's getting jewelry. I think jurors thought, look, here's someone who knew what she was getting herself into. So the victims were discredited and impeached by the defense's cross-examination. So the only possibility for a government win in this case, and I've been saying it all along, was racketeering. If they could somehow find some path through non-sexual activity, I'm talking about bribery, right? The $100,000 paid for the video, the extortion of Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom, the arson of Kid Cudi's car, something that wasn't sex-related. Potentially prosecutors could get to racketeering, but ultimately we know that there were some jurors that were on the fence. They came around this morning and it was not guilty, more or less across the board.
Nima, our next question, based off of what I was actually going to ask you next, let me pull it up. Another viewer question, what do you think ultimately influenced this verdict? We know that Diddy did not testify himself, and I was wondering if you thought maybe that would have changed the outcome of all of this. But I guess combining those two questions here, was there anything that you really think really influenced the verdict for the jury here?
The victims were just bad witnesses, and they were impeached with their own words. There's a reason that the defense kept playing videos of the freak-offs. I believe that it showed the female victims seemingly enjoying themselves sexually, right? It didn't show the force or coercion. When you have the defense playing the tape, and when you have the defense showing the text messages and social media posts and emails where the victims seem like they're willing participants in all this, that is a strong defense case. This is a case that was based entirely upon cross-examining, impeaching, and discrediting the victims. Now, I think the prosecution made a number of fatal errors in this case, and I'm going to tell you what they were. They didn't call Christina Joram, Diddy's chief of staff, right-hand woman. They didn't call D-Rock his security. I'm a former federal prosecutor. I used to prosecute drug cartels. And I could tell you that I always leaned on lower members of the organization to flip on and to testify against the head of the organization. They failed to do so. The government named victims in the indictment, like victim 3 Gina, that didn't even show up at trial. She went MIA. She went sideways. So they didn't even have control over their victims. They filed to bring in these prior bad acts witnesses. They didn't call any of them. If I was the government, what I would have done is this. I would have brought on maybe a minor victim, because of course minors can't consent to sexual activity. I would have brought victims that were one-offs, that didn't have a romantic or personal or long relationship with Diddy, because they wouldn't have these emails and text messages. I'm not saying that would have changed the result, but potentially there would have been a chance to get some convictions here. Really poor presentation by the government in this case, which I've been critical throughout.
And we're going to bring in one more question here, because I know we got to let you go. From the 2 counts he was found guilty of, which one have been a harsher sentence of the 2? But we do know those 2 counts here were essentially the same thing. Can you break that down for us? I think some people are a little bit confused on the 2 that he was found guilty for. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's essentially prostitution for Cassie and prostitution for Jane. Same thing with the sex trafficking was prostitution, sex trafficking of Cassie, sex trafficking of Jane. So neither is harsher than the other. Again, there's the possibility the judge runs them consecutively or back to back. I think the right thing to do would be to merge them, run them concurrently at the same time. Again, it's just prostitution. I'm not saying that prostitution should be legal or shouldn't be a crime, but to make a federal case out of prostitution and to do it for the span of 2 months does not make sense. And I think Combs deservedly should get time served and should be a free man.
Nima, one of my last questions for you here is, what does the future of Sean Diddy Combs' career look like? We've seen in the past celebrity trials, when we saw Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, we've seen these other celebrity trials unfold here. In terms of the future of his career, what is that looking like, and how has all of this compared to those other trials we have seen in the past?
I don't think it's good, because people can't unsee that 2016 video of him beating Cassie. I mean, let's be real. And the defense admitted it. Combs is a violent, abusive person. And I think that that is going to tarnish his reputation. Now, he's going to be a free man, and he deserves to be free. And they did a good job walking a line between the physical violence and the sexual activity. And I think there's certain people that do believe that he is a sex trafficker and someone that should be spending significant time in federal prison. So I think his reputation has taken a huge hit. I think financially he was reportedly worth, upwards of $1 billion. He's probably worth hundreds of millions of dollars now. He spent a lot of money on legal fees, and he, of course, has to face those civil lawsuits. But I also have to answer the question with respect to Cassie and Mia and Jane and victims of sexual assault and abuse everywhere. I mean, Christy, imagine going to court, testifying that you had to take drugs to the point of throwing up, that you were urinated on, including in your mouth, that you had to have sex when you're menstruating and you had a UTI, and the jurors didn't believe you. I think this is going to be a significant setback and have a chilling effect for victims of sex abuse, because they're going to have to relive their trauma in a very public way. And guess what? People might not believe them. So I think that's the bigger takeaway here.
Yeah, and that was a question that we had for you as well, is what does the future of all of this look like? Did this set a precedent here? Nima, I know I got to let you go. Is there anything else you wanted to add that you think we missed here?
I think we covered everything, Christy. Thanks for having me, as always.
We covered a lot. Hey, thank you for joining. You always do a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are taking a live look there once again outside of the courthouse as we do continue our coverage here. Let's head back to our Fox 5 New York team.
And, figure out what we want to do about that. Mark Agnifilo, Diddy's lead attorney, said, we need bail. He should be released immediately. And then, and then we're still waiting to see what's going to happen. So the other thing is they have a ton of information already in their files, the prosecutors do, about Diddy and about his ability to handle a bail situation or a situation when he's out there. He proposed a $50 million bail. Imagine that, $50 million for bail in order to get out while this trial was, before the trial actually started, while he was incarcerated. So they denied that. They denied the bail request a couple of times, and several times actually. And so we'll see what's happening, but that's the next development in this. Is like most of the family has left the court. The jurors were taken out on a side entrance, a little-known side entrance. They were not brought through the front of the courthouse, which a lot of people were hoping would happen, so they could get a chance to get a few words with them. But that wasn't the case. They were brought out on a private, semi-private, secret type entrance, and then they were brought out like that. And then it's just a waiting game right now, guys, in terms of the bail. Let me bring in attorney Peter Frankel right now. We'll just get a sense of what you have to do to get bail. Peter, in terms of the bail, what do they have to do for bail?
Well, the first thing that we need to understand is that this case is completely different than it was when he was first arrested. In essence, the jury rejected the government's case and found that their main witnesses, Cassie Ventura and Jane, were not credible through their testimony. So defense counsel is no doubt going to explain to the court that this case, as the court knows, is completely different, and this is not a situation where a significant bond even needs to be set at this point. The charges for which he was convicted of don't even carry mandatory minimums. They carry a maximum of 10 years.
But it could be 0 or time served,
and I'm
right?
sure that the defense team is going to argue for no jail time for him. So the first step is to recognize this case has completely changed from what it once was.
And then in terms of you say no minimum on the transportation for prostitution charges, and the fact of the matter is that means it could be, like you said, he could get time served. He's been at MDC now for like over 9 months, and could that time be applied to any potential sentence down the road?
Yeah, absolutely. Any time that he's already served will be credited to any time that he may get for a sentence. I'm quite certain, however, the government's position on sentencing and the defense's position on sentencing are going to be completely at odds with one another, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the court handles sentencing in this case, because most of the government's case was rejected.
All right, and then for people that are just joining us, it was being considered a victory for the defense. Not guilty on the RICO charge, a racketeering conspiracy #1 charge, not guilty on the 2 counts of sex trafficking, and guilty only on this prostitution charge.
Correct. It was a complete repudiation of the government's case, and where he was once looking at a potential life sentence, he's no longer looking at a definite jail sentence. So now the work really begins for the defense team to try to make sure that if he does get out today or whenever it may be, that he doesn't go back in.
And then in terms of filing any kind of an appeal to this conviction, what's the timeline typically for a case like this of when that would happen?
So typically sentencing wouldn't occur in federal court for 8 weeks or longer. It's possible the defense will file motions in advance of sentencing, trying to have that guilty verdict thrown out. A regular appeal to the Second Circuit would not occur until after he were sentenced.
Oh, so they would go all the way through to that, and then
Yes.
and then they would decide whether or not they're going to have an appeal.
I'm sure there'll be an appeal regardless of what his sentence is.
And then what about the reputation for the Southern District? It's always been kind of the most vaunted and most respected, well-respected. What does this do to their reputation?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa, because we know criminal prosecutions in this district result in convictions some 95% of the time.
Right, and people know that, and that's why they said, oh, it's a federal case, he's done, and he's not done, not by a long shot.
No, exactly right. So, you know, I think the Southern District is going to take a long, hard look at the case that they brought and whether or not they want to bring similar prosecutions going forward, especially as it relates to the RICO charge, which everyone knew was going to be extremely difficult from the beginning.
Right, and then in terms of just in terms of the timeline for him to get out, is it possible he could get out this afternoon? Because we've seen kind of movement here on the block with them shutting down the block, but they brought in a lot of NYPD officers here to handle the crowds and stuff like that, giving us a sense that, okay, this is a lot more than we've seen at any other point in the trial. Do you think that's possible, just yes or no, that he could get out today?
A definite yes.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, Peter Frankel, criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it. And guys, that's the latest here from outside the federal courthouse. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be monitoring developments as they happen. And the big next development that we're waiting for is Sean Diddy Combs walking out of that courtroom after he makes bail. So I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Lisa, before you go, maybe a quick question. I know you mentioned. Oh, okay, Lisa, we're going to chat with you in just a bit. Then we'll get back to you regarding
lots of
certain
questions.
things.
Yep. Oh, Lisa, you're back. You hear us, right? Lisa.
No, I hear you. Yes.
Okay, Lisa, quick, we just have a couple of questions. Describe Combs' demeanor. You were in the courtroom. Just walk us through his reaction when he heard the decision this morning.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Somebody's coming out of the... Okay, so it's just this huge crowd. There's a huge crowd here. His demeanor throughout the entire trial, for the most part, except for a few times, like last week, he said to the judge, when he had to say that he was not going to represent himself. There's an actual, it's called an allocution, where the defendant has to actually say that they are not going to take the stand in their own defense, and that was last week. So when Combs was asked that, the judge said, Mr. Combs, how are you? And he goes, I'm doing great, Judge. And Judge, you're doing a great job. And it was just like something like nobody expected, a defendant to talk to the judge that way. But that was just his personality and his demeanor. But of course, since the deliberations started, his demeanor has been very subdued. He's been much more quiet. And again, you have to understand why all this is going on during the day. All of these deliberations were happening, and even during the test, especially during this week, he's in a holding cell. They take him out of the courtroom. He's in the holding cell while the court goes on, and basically he had a couple of books with him that he was allowed to bring there to read, to do something, but just basically thinking about like what's going to happen, what's my life going to be like. But there were different times where he prayed. He was allowed to pray privately with his mother. The other day, just to have a couple of words with her. There was a private prayer with the kids yesterday, and it's just his demeanor. It really depends on what the circumstances are, but it's clear that this was a huge weight on him. This is a guy that basically made his name for himself with his tremendous showmanship, and also with his ability to engage a crowd. And there were a couple times during the trial when he tried to engage the jury, and the judge admonished him and told him that if it happened again, he wouldn't hesitate to remove him from the courtroom. But I'm sure there's a tremendous sense of relief. I'm sure last night was an unbearable night for everybody involved with this case, both the prosecution and the defense. And we're waiting now to see if they're going to expedite or at least follow through on getting this bail done, which I think is probably from what our experts, what Peter Frankel was just telling us, and some of the other experts were saying that they would, that they expect to happen today, guys. But that's the latest from here. We're going to keep a watch on that door, and we'll be back with you.
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that charisma, especially to the judge starting off with. That's the charisma that allowed him to have these relationships with women that turned out pretty badly, as we saw by some of these evidence. You mentioned the big crowd behind you there. What is the sentiment from that crowd there? Are those people in support of Diddy, or are these women's groups that are very upset about what?
Well, a lot. It was interesting though, because I would have expected the women's groups honestly to show up a little bit earlier in the trial, like while the testimony was going on, or to come out to support. There were a couple of individual women, maybe 2 or 3 at a time at certain points when Cassie was on the stand. But most of the people that were out here, and it has thinned out a little bit, were here to support Diddy, or they were just curious to see what, to see what was going on. There's a large contingent also of podcasters and people who are doing their own, doing their own thing to get the word out like that. So it's kind of a mixed bag right here, and everybody just waiting now. You got a lot of professional media from all over the world here to cover this story, because he is one of the most famous men in the world, and this has been covered heavily everywhere. Guys, back to you.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much for that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back as we continue covering the verdict coming down on this very, very influential case.
We'll be right back.
Do you have any? Thank you to our Fox 5 New York team. And again, you are taking a live look right now outside of the courthouse. You could hear Lisa Evers, our Fox 5 New York reporter. She paused there at the beginning of her live shot because she was checking to see if anyone was coming outside of the courthouse. Now, as you can imagine, this is a very fluid situation here. The media all still outside because we're hoping to get some more comments here. We did hear again from Cassie Ventura's attorney just a little bit earlier today. No one else has stepped up there to that podium as you are taking another live look outside of the courthouse. These are the 2 angles that we have here for you. As this is, again, still developing, and we'll head back to our Fox 5 New York team once they are back from commercial break. But again, I wanted to share with you this graphic that we have. We just ran through this with our legal analyst, what a lot of this means here. But these are the charges on your screen there. And the big one is Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of that RICO charge. That was the one that could have put him behind bars for life. But he was found guilty on counts he was found guilty on counts 3 and 5, those guilty charges for the Mann Act transportation, transportation for purposes of prostitution. And as we've been hearing here, the max sentence is 10 years in prison for that one count. So again, could be facing up to 20 years. We are still awaiting that sentencing. We're also keeping an eye on to see if Diddy himself will come out of the courthouse at some point here today. And again, I want to just go back to this RICO charge, because that was the big one here for Combs. That federal RICO violation, it could have resulted in that long sentence. The transportation to engage in prostitution charge could carry that sentence of up to 10 years, while sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion may carry a 20-year sentence. Now, Diddy's jury seemed to believe that his relationships were genuine, as we do know from our Fox News team here. And we are still trying to really get into the mind here of the jury, because as we've been saying, they were having a difficult time with that first count there just the other day. And then this morning, this verdict seemed to come out fairly quickly here. Now, could that have been because there is a holiday weekend coming up? That's potential. That's one of the things we've been hearing from our analysts here, that the jury wanted to get that in quickly. But again, these are the charges here. As we do see now, our Fox 5 New York team is back in their coverage. And I do know our Fox 5 New York team is also going to be hosting several legal analysts as well. So I do want to head back over there and listen in.
Heard from Cassie Ventura's attorney. Here's what he had to say.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time.
All right, and that was Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Wigdor, weighing in on the decision. But we want to now bring in Randy Zellin. We will be going to Randy Zellin, but first we're going to take a quick break.
Yeah, well, stay with us. We'll be on top of all this.
This is Alex Pillow.
All right, again, that is our Fox 5 New York team. They are at the end of their hour, so as you can imagine, they are taking these commercial breaks here. But again, if you are just joining us, as we do continue to discuss here, we are still awaiting, hopefully, some more comments here outside of the courtroom. Again, we did hear from Cassie Ventura's attorney a short time ago. You just heard from him right there at the end of that clip with our Fox 5 New York team. Hopefully they will be able to play those comments back extensively if you did miss them a little bit this morning. And we are trying to get those comments here on our end as well to play out for you. But one of the big things here, again, is the Mann Act. And so I just want to familiarize you with it. If you are just tuning in, we've been speaking about it a little bit here on the show. But again, Sean Diddy Combs was found not guilty of major charges, but he was found guilty of a lesser prostitution offense. The guilty charges involve a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. So here's what we do know about that law, the verdict, and his sentencing. The Mann Act is a federal law that makes it a crime to transport someone across state lines for illegal sexual activity. The maximum penalty for violating the Mann Act is 10 years in prison and a fine. Now, Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends, and paid male sex workers to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the federal Mann Act. I am going to pull up again on your screen here just another look at those charges. And Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation for prostitution, 1 count relating to ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, who testified. We heard we watched really throughout the trial here over the past several weeks as Cassie testified, and 1 count relating to an unnamed woman who is known as Jane throughout the trial. The second Mann Act charge that was filed on April 3rd. Now, when it comes to how much time Diddy is facing, the judge could issue concurrent sentences for each guilty count, meaning that Combs could serve his sentence for each count at the same time, which would carry a maximum 10-year sentence. Combs could also be sentenced for each count separately, and that would carry a maximum sentence of 20 years. So again, that's another question here that we are still waiting on. We do want to head back to our Fox 5 New York team. They are back from break. Let's listen in.
Sean Combs was facing 5 charges, in this, and he's been acquitted of the sex trafficking and racketeering, still convicted of 2, however, and that's the prostitution offenses there.
That's right. Those 2 very important ones that the Southern District of New York brought together was the RICO charge as well as the sex trafficking charge. Did not get to prove those. Those were carrying a maximum of life in prison. It's interesting to hear different takes from multiple attorneys, some saying that this is a win all around, some saying that this is a big blow to the Southern District of New York, which has a 90% conviction rate. They do this all the time, and it may lean to the fact that maybe there was a government overreach here.
Well, even still with that, the 2 that he was convicted, Combs was convicted of, carry a maximum of 10 years. So we're talking at least he's facing the possibility of 20 years in jail. That's if the judge could have the discretion to say they run concurrent or consecutive. That's all something that is we don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's certainly something that's going to be coming down. But we're talking about, that. And as Randy, I believe, is back with us. Bianca.
Randy, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, Randy, one question before you go. And this is interesting because this is coming from my father, who's a former Los Angeles County Commissioner for many years. He's been following this case, and he asked me, one of the bigger problems in this is that the video that was introduced and allowed in by the judge, a video of Diddy beating Cassie, it was a controversial video because it was prejudicial, but it had little value, meaning it really hurt the defense, but really doesn't do much to support the charges. So this means an appeal is coming, and he could walk on all of this. What's your take on that?
I don't agree. I think it's the flip side. I think had he been convicted of the sex trafficking, I think then that video becomes much more of a problem for the government as an appellate issue. The Harvey Weinstein rule, this bringing in irrelevant evidence that doesn't go to the heart of the charges. But since he was acquitted of that and convicted of the Mann Act, the video really is of no consequence.
Interesting. So in terms of the appeal court finds that that ruling wasn't proper, you're not seeing that happening at all?
I see them not going against the government, and even if they did, I think they would find it what we call harmless error, and it will not. This is a bulletproof from my perspective. This is a win for both sides, which makes this a bulletproof issue on appeal. We're not going to see him walking on appeal.
Randy, before you get away from us, the RICO charge, was that an overreach in your opinion? Just quickly tell us, how did you view that, an overreach by the prosecutors here?
It really wasn't. I think it was the only way the government saw that it could get in evidence that it otherwise could not get in. I think the government went into this case knowing that it had issues. This was a case that should have been brought locally as a domestic violence case. They went in, they got what they needed, they got their win.
All right, we'll have to leave it there.
All right, Randy, we certainly appreciate you and your insight into all of this.
All right, so we're going to continue our coverage of the verdict. 5 counts Sean Combs was facing, found 2 involving the prostitution charges, transportation there. So we're going to continue our coverage and stay with us. We'll be right back.
All right, again, we are listening in here to our Fox 5 New York coverage, and I did want to give you that live look outside the courthouse once again. One of the big questions we have here is about the future of Sean Diddy Combs after he's been acquitted on the most serious charges in this federal sex trafficking trial, but that doesn't mean that he will see his business empire restored. So Combs, who is one of the most influential figures in the hip-hop history, he was acquitted today of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges, but convicted on prostitution offenses. Now, prosecutors, as we've been listening in here over the past several weeks, they painted this dark picture of Combs, with witnesses taking the stand to allege a pattern of violence and these drug-fueled sex parties he reportedly called freak-offs or hotel nights. Combs was convicted of flying people around the country, including his girlfriends and paid male sex workers, to engage in sexual encounters, which is a felony violation of the Mann Act, as we've been saying here. And again, he could be sentenced to prison for as long as a decade. That's all something we're trying to keep an eye on here. But one of those questions that I did ask our legal analyst that was just on here a moment ago is that we are wondering what could happen here to his future, because before Combs was arrested and charged, his major business ventures had collapsed. He had stepped down and later fully divested from Revolt TV, which was founded back in 2013. The network offered a mix of programming focused on hip-hop culture. He was also reportedly lost a Hulu reality series deal and saw his fashion brand vanish from Macy's shelves as well. So after the surveillance footage surfaced last year showing Combs physically assaulting Cassie, his then girlfriend, back in 2016, those consequences mounted. New York City revoked his ceremonial key. Peloton pulled his music. Howard University rescinded his honorary degree, and his charter school in Harlem cut ties. Last year, Combs settled a legal dispute with Diageo and relinquished control of his spirits brand as well. So we've been asking our legal analysts that have come on the show here, what does the future look like for Sean Diddy Combs? And that's something that we're just going to have to wait and see here. And again, we are still awaiting that sentencing as well. However, that racketeering charge that he was acquitted of, he is not going to have to spend his life behind bars now. And so that was a big win for Combs here. And we'll get back to our Fox 5 New York coverage here in just a short amount of time as we do continue to follow all of this. Now, if you are just joining us, I do want to do a quick recap here because viewers have been tuning in, tuning out. If you are just catching up, I do think it is important to go over the main key pieces of this, because there were a few counts here, a few charges against Combs. And again, they're on your screen right there. There were 5 counts. He was found guilty of 2 of them, not guilty on those 3 counts. So to go over that again, I just want to take down this banner here. He was found guilty on transportation for purposes of prostitution. And if you look at count 5, that's the same charge as charge number 3, transportation for purposes of prostitution. He was found guilty on both of those. So as you can see there underneath that charge 3 as well as charge 5, it says max sentence of 10 years in prison. So what we're waiting on here is the sentencing, because if Diddy does have to serve time concurrently, that sentence could be 20 years in prison, or he could be spending the 10 years in prison separately. So that's something we are keeping an eye on here on Live Now from Fox. That is one of those questions that we still do have here. And I did want to just share with you some of the looks we are getting in here to our newsroom. I've shown you a couple of them right now. Again, this is this one look that we have outside the courthouse. But we also did have that shot that has changed of that media staging area where we did see all those microphones set up, because we are still awaiting to see if we can get some more commentary here or statements. We did hear from Cassie Ventura's attorney very briefly, just about an hour or so ago. Very short statements there. And so we are hoping that we can get just a little bit more information. We can get maybe a statement here. So we do have our reporters still staked out there. That is why you are seeing such a media presence. Here's another view outside as well. I do just want to turn up the sound here and listen in for a moment.
Free Diddy!
Diabolical screaming, where's the baby or when the twins? That's the twins. Crazy work. Okay, they go on the son's whether or not they
They playing Cassie. Turn that shit on. I like cocoa butter. Cocoa butter. When I went to the store and bought this today, they were like, what the hell? Somebody said when the next year? When is the next week? Yeah, even the March. Wow, this is not fashion. That shit last week. She ain't doing this shit last week. Biggest smile I've seen since 5 days. Yes. That's the first time I saw that young man smile. That's the cops, my spidey sense is telling me that stuff's working out. Girl, it's a husband, a couple, so that's what it is. Biggest mistakes. Nah, they have 30 minutes.
And those are just some of the sights and sounds there outside of the courtroom. I did just want to leave it on that shot for you for just a moment so you could really see as we watch this together what is going on outside the courthouse. Again, we do have that media staging area. You can still see a large media presence there, as again, we are awaiting to see if we can hear from Any more attorneys? Maybe we can see Diddy coming out of the courthouse himself in just a short amount of time. What we are going to do right now, though, is transition, because we are following some more news here. As we do know, in a short amount of time here, Bryan Coberger is going to be pleading not guilty. Here's that live look outside of the courthouse there in Boise. If you're unfamiliar with the case, Idaho murder suspect Bryan Coberger expected to plead guilty today to charges that he murdered University of Idaho students Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Maddie Mogan at a rental home near the Moscow campus in November of 2022. Bryan Coberger agreed to this plea deal in the past few days, just weeks before his trial was to begin, after his attorneys tried but failed to have execution stricken as a possible punishment. Now, a big thing here, no motive has emerged for these killings, and news of the plea deal resulted in mixed reactions from Moscow residents and also from the parents of the murdered college students. Again, this is all set to happen here within the 1 p.m. Eastern time hour, as you are taking that live look outside the courthouse right now. I do want to bring in criminal defense attorney Eric Schwartzreich to discuss this a little bit more. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just start with this, Eric. What can we expect? We are awaiting this. We're waiting to get a look inside the courtroom as well. We do know Coberger expected to plead guilty here in just a short amount of time. What is this process going to look like? How quickly are we going to see all of this unfold? Eric, I don't think we have your sound. Are you able to check if you're muted?
So I apologize for that. I'm talking to myself like I talk to myself at home with my wife, so I apologize.
It's okay, live television, but we'd love to hear what your thoughts are on how this is all going to unfold here within the hour.
So Coberger's going to walk into that courtroom, and he's attempting to save himself from the death penalty. He's going to go into courtroom, and he's probably going to come out of that prison eventually in a pine box. The victim's family members are going to be in there. It's a mixed bag. I know a lot of the victims, they want closure. They're seeking closure. There's multiple victims here. Some of the family members are opposed to this, and some, are okay with this to save an appeal going forward and to have to keep coming to court. It is some closure, but what a prosecutor is supposed to do is to notify the victims and the victim's family and attempt to get their input. They don't necessarily need their approval because they can go forward. They're not the attorneys of the victim. They represent the state. So the defense is going to go in there and try and get this plea deal accepted. You're going to see a plea form that's been signed, and the court is going to turn to Mr. Coberger, ask if he understands that he has a right to go to trial, that he has a right to make the state prove the charges, that he's presumed innocent until proven guilty, and that he doesn't have to do this. Now, it's up to the court whether or not to accept this plea, because even though this is a plea, the court has the final say. Even though death penalty is on the table, the court could reject this plea, and that could happen, but who is going to be made happy here? This is an awful, tragic thing. No one wants to bury a son or a daughter before themselves and have someone killed in such a cruel way. And some of the victims want this, some don't. So the judge is also in a rock and a hard place as to whether or not he's going to accept this plea.
That was my question for you. Can a judge reject this? You just answered that question for us, but how frequently have we seen that happen in the past? Is this something that does happen?
It happens. It's not frequent. There's not a one-size-fits-all with judges. Judges are all different. Judges in Idaho, I believe, are also elected officials. They also have to face an electorate sometimes, and the court of public opinion and pressure really shouldn't apply. Some judges will not take pleas. In cases that I do all criminal defense, maybe 5%, perhaps less. I've seen a judge not happy with a plea or think perhaps a plea is too lenient, and maybe thinks that the defendant doesn't understand the plea. So while it's rare and it's not typical, typically a judge will accept a plea, but not always. And this might be one of those situations where the judge does not accept the plea, but I would expect that he would in this case.
Now, we know the plea deal would allow Coberger to avoid the death penalty, instead spend his life in prison. But are there any possible reasons why at this stage in the game he wanted to plead guilty, as we do know this trial was set to happen next month?
Well, there was also pressure. They wanted a continuance. They didn't get it. They were gearing up for trial. But I think the most important factor is death. Well, certainly life in prison, that's not an easy thing. And he's going to be spending his time. That life is life. He's going to do day for day. He will, if he takes his plea and it goes forward, the only way he's coming out of that prison still is in a pine box, but he will live. He will breathe. It's not ideal conditions. Otherwise the state was going to take his life away, the death penalty. So when someone's facing death and when life gets put on the table, you can see why an accused or a defendant would accept such a plea.
I think one of the biggest questions that I've had, I think a lot of our viewers have, is why, right? We don't have a motive here. And given the fact that he is pleading guilty, this trial set to not happen at this point, do you think we're ever going to get those answers?
Those answers are always going to be difficult, even if they get the answers. An accused has a Fifth Amendment right not to speak, not to talk to the police. During the arraignment, the first appearance, you saw that the lawyers stood mute. That was because they were probably maybe going to raise a sanity defense and force the court to enter a plea. The defendant can allocute today, but that means simple term for saying he can speak in court if he chooses. The court could perhaps try and fashion some type of condition that he's only going to accept this plea if he hears from the defendant and he hears, an admission of guilt and something that is, satisfies the court. Whether or not Coberger will speak in court, I don't know, but it's certainly possible. I know everyone wants that. I know the victim's family want to know why. Like, why did this happen? But will that really bring closure? It'll never bring their children back, but perhaps it'll give them some understanding. But there's really never a good understanding as to why someone, it was a self-defense situation, would murder young lives and take their lives away.
I did want to share a statement here posted by Kaylee Gonzalez's family. This was on their Facebook page, and it says, it's true, we are beyond furious at the state of Idaho. They have failed us. Please give us some time. This was very unexpected. We appreciate all your love and support. Now, for some context, that was posted a few days ago when they did learn that Bryan Coberger had accepted this plea deal. And a bit earlier today, I know that the Gonzalez family was posting on Facebook that they would like people to write into the Department of Justice about all of this, as they feel they have been failed. Moving forward, though, once Bryan Coberger does officially plead guilty, is there anything the families can really do from that point out?
Not from the perspective if he takes a plea. I mean, it's going to be final. And, I can understand why they want that. And that is perhaps a reason why the court is in a rock and a hard place and perhaps accepts the plea, because you have one family that's not happy and then another family wants this. They don't want to go to court. They don't want to have to deal with perhaps appeals and keep coming in there and having to give these impact statements. So not everyone is going to be happy in this situation. And that is the difficulty here that this judge is going to face, whether or not this judge accepts this. But what the prosecution did wrong here in Florida, where I practice, we have something called Marcy's Law. And the prosecution has to include the victims. They have to get their input. The victim's going to hire attorneys to go into court and advocate for them. And why the state decided not to include the victims, if that's what happened, I mean, that's really questionable to me, and it doesn't really seem to make any sense. And I think the state should have gotten the victims' input, listened to them, and see if they were on board before an offer to a defendant is made like this.
Now, Eric, going back, I do have another question for you in terms of Bryan Coberger's attorneys and their strategy. I mean, they did what they could to spare his life. They tried to bar prosecutors from seeking the death penalty. They said it would violate standards of decency. They said that his autism diagnosis reduced any possible culpability there. But none of this worked. And here we are at this plea deal. Why were all of these attempts unsuccessful?
Well, it's interesting that you say that. While they were unsuccessful at the end, we know that he is taking a plea and that the death penalty is off the table. And all of those arguments, whether, we don't execute the mentally ill, and I'm not saying that someone with autism is mentally ill, please don't think I'm saying that, but someone that didn't have the mens rea, or someone that had mitigators in their life, certainly autism could be a mitigator, and putting forward, mitigators like that, or lack of prior criminal history, whatever they did, in the end game, because as defense attorneys, we're always about the result. We're always about the end game. The end game is that they saved their client's life. And in a situation like this, that's a win. And that's what they wanted, to save his life. And the death penalty, if this plea is accepted, is now off the table.
One of my last questions for you here, the evidence that we had seen, the cell phone records, also his Amazon history purchases of that similar knife that was recovered at the scene. The trial not happening because he is accepting this plea deal. But if this were gone to trial, do you think this would have been an open shut case, in the sense that there was some surmountable evidence against Coberger there?
I think it would have been a very difficult case for the defense. There was a lot of evidence. There was a lot of circumstantial evidence. And I think that the defense probably would have ended up with a guilty verdict, which would have moved on to the next stage, which would have been this death penalty stage, which is what's been avoided. So I do think, as far as criminal culpability or liability, that Coberger's defense would have had a very difficult time with an acquittal, with all of the evidence in this case.
All right, Eric Schwartzreich, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, as we do continue to watch all of this unfold. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. All right, and I did want to give you that live look once again before we head away here for a commercial break. Out of Boise, Idaho, again, Bryan Coberger expected to officially plead guilty. We are still waiting on that shot inside the courtroom. We'll bring it all to you here live, raw, and unfiltered, as we always do. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Christy Mattino. We're going to go away for a break. Much more news to come. Don't miss it. It is 1:15 on the East Coast, 10:15 on the West Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox on this very busy breaking news day. We do know Bryan Coberger set in a matter of moments here to plead guilty, and we do have that live look inside the courtroom in Boise, Idaho. Let's head over there.
It's here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Miss Allen is here as well.
Miss Allen is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case. This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Courts should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because, again, it is not appropriate and, frankly, not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers and what the court's duties are and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly. And so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom you, many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing, to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counter offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes,
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Coberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Coberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include, on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Coberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, Also murder in the first degree that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Coberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Coberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Coberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Coberger's name, Brian Coberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Coberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single-source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single-source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor, it was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed-blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom were to see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Coberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. It was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Coberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Coberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Coberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Coberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, and the public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Coberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, based on the state's proffer and importantly based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Coberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties, or the next week, the week of August 4, is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date, because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public, and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd, with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing, so we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right, I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn, in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea, and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated.
The trial
and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm
Florida Live starts now.
And a good afternoon to you on this Wednesday. We are halfway through the week. It's 2 o'clock, which means it is time for Florida Live. You are looking live right now at downtown Orlando. It is a little bit of a rainy afternoon. We did have a sunny start to our morning, but it certainly seems as though we are settling into our Florida pattern here. So thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon. Manny Martinez in for Garrett Weimer for this week. Garrett enjoying some time off. And so Florida Live today, we have a lot coming your way. Some of it is bouncing around because we are watching two live sources right now, multiple live sources, but at two events. Right now we are watching and waiting outside the courthouse in Manhattan, and that is for the defense team for rapper Sean Diddy Combs to speak. We have been waiting for several hours. They have not come out yet after a jury delivered its verdict, and that was guilty on 2 counts, not guilty on 3. So he was acquitted of the most serious charges, which would have carried life sentences, and those being some of the, let's put them up on here so you can read along with me. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy, that was not guilty. Also not guilty, counts 2 and 4, sex trafficking by force. Guilty was the verdict on counts 3 and 5, and that is transportation to engage in prostitution. We do have, just into our newsroom, some courtroom sketches from when the verdict was read. You'll see the sketches from Jane Rosenberg inside federal court. There aren't cameras allowed. That is Diddy on his knees as the verdict was read this morning. Again, that's guilty on 2 counts, not guilty on 3. It is said that while he was on his knees, he is believed to have been praying. We did see shortly after the verdict, his family. You'll see his mother coming out here in a moment, walk out of the courtroom. They did not say anything to reporters here. There's his mother walking out right there. They did not say anything to reporters. As we've been watching the feeds, it looks as though they have indeed returned here in the afternoon. This was the 3rd day of deliberations. The first 2 full days, Monday and Tuesday, you see just the gaggle of reporters that's there. All, the number of cameras. Look at everybody with cell phones pointed at this family. They've been going to this federal courthouse in Manhattan for the past several weeks for this trial, this federal trial. And so we are still waiting for a sentence in this case. It is possible that Sean Combs could go to prison. It is also possible he be released on bail. This is all happening right now. We'll show you the live pictures one more time. We have been monitoring this for the past several hours. We do have a report coming here from Fox's Mike Emanuel recapping the morning we have seen.
Sean Diddy Combs will not spend the rest of his life behind bars. The former rapper, producer, and business mogul was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy on Wednesday. He was also acquitted of sex trafficking charges, but was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution relating to sex parties he held with at least 2 former girlfriends.
He's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time.
It's a split decision that could end up putting Combs behind bars for up to 10 years, but it could have been worse.
These are glorified prostitution charges. It's a federal offense, but as applied today, it's a fairly rinky-dink conviction.
Today's verdict came after a trial that lasted almost a month. The jury and the world hearing vivid details about brutal beatings given by Combs to his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Prosecutors said her testimony and that of 33 other witnesses proves the man once known as Diddy used his fortune, fame, and fear to create a criminal enterprise that coerced women into drug-fueled sex parties called freak-offs, but jurors disagreed.
You had Cassie, who had all of the text messages saying she liked to be part of the freak-off, saying she was happy to be involved. I mean, really, I think at the end of the day, jurors look at this and say, if these people didn't believe it was criminal, why should I?
Diddy's defense team continues to insist all the sexual encounters were consensual, and they plan to appeal the 2 guilty verdicts. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
So here again, what we are looking at in New York, it was a jury of 8 men and 4 women that handed down their verdict this morning. And just after the verdict was announced, the attorney for Cassie Ventura, that's Diddy's former girlfriend who testified against him, reacted to the charges. We did carry part of this live if you were with us on Fox 35 News Plus at 11 o'clock. The trouble was the camera did not have, or there wasn't a microphone attached to the camera to really pick it up well live. In the couple of hours since, we've had time to boost the audio so that you get a chance to listen here. We'll play it for you. This is attorney Doug Wigder.
The reaction is that we're pleased that he's finally been held responsible for 2 federal crimes, something that he's never faced in his life. He still faces substantial jail time. Of course, we would have liked to have seen a conviction on the sex crimes in RICO, but we understand beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard, and we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time.
So there you heard reaction from the attorney for Diddy's former girlfriend, and she did testify against him, and she is the subject of one of the guilty counts, and that being the count to transportation to engage in prostitution. The other big story that we are following this afternoon is out of Washington, D.C., and that is where the United States House, the House representatives, they are on the floor. They are debating the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that is the president's spending and tax bill that passed the Senate 51-50 yesterday after Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote. We do have an interview lined up later in this hour. We'll see if we get to it. Of course, things are fluid. You see right now they are in the chambers. They are right now voting on, it looks like, an amendment. They haven't gotten to voting on the act and the bill itself. So as we power through here on this Wednesday afternoon, we are going to come back on Florida Live and get our Tampa connection in just a little bit with 3 stories that you can't miss out of Tampa. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Florida Live. It's 2:14 on this Wednesday afternoon, and that means it is time to get our Tampa connection. And for that, we will send it over to Fox 13 anchor Linda Hurtado. How are you?
Doing great. Boy, we've got a really scary story to lead off with. A WWE superstar basically being stalked and someone showing up at her house. You'd think that, it'd take a lot to get a superstar with the WWE scared, but this is what this man did. The man you see there, accused of traveling from Canada to Florida and stalking one of the most popular female wrestlers, is now in jail. Authorities tell us 41-year-old Sean Chan flew to Orlando and then drove to WWE star Liv Morgan's home in Pasco County on May 31st. And surveillance footage, which you see, captured Chan circling the house with what appeared to be a rifle, which turns out to be just a BB gun that he reportedly found on Morgan's porch, but it sure looks scary. Investigators say he circled her house twice, checked under a doormat for a spare key, stayed at her doorstep for more than 2 hours. Morgan was not home at the time. Chan was arrested 3 days later after he showed up at a WWE Performance Center in Orlando where security recognized him. Fox 13 spoke with a local attorney who says Chan could end up spending years in prison for this.
This has a 5-year prison term potentially, so there's definitely some liability here. He does appear to be a flight risk, first of all, because he might want to travel back to Canada to avoid any prosecution. So number one, that's a concern there. And then number two, his acts don't appear too rational. So the idea that he would potentially go back there, that's something the court would entertain regarding a bail hearing and a request for bond.
So Chan is being held in the Pasco County Jail and is expected in court on July 18th. The judge will decide whether to grant a bond based on whether he's a flight risk or a threat to the community. So we have a mass shooting plot that was, prevented. Thank goodness. Authorities in Pinellas County say this plot was foiled after the girlfriend of one of the suspects who you see tipped off the FBI. According to the affidavits that we were able to go over, federal investigators got a tip about a series of Instagram messages between Isaiah Oglesby and James Goolsby. Oglesby allegedly wrote, quote, want to plan an attack, followed by, it better be a bloodbath of every corrupt politician on Capitol Hill. Documents show that Goolsby responded, quote, I want to eradicate them. Investigators say posts made by the suspects on Instagram included images and videos from previous mass shootings. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office arrested both men after getting information from the FBI and executing a search warrant. Both suspects are now charged with threatening communications, and a judge granted $150,000 bond for Oglesby, $200,000 bond for Goolsby. At last check, both suspects are still in jail. We're going to tell you now about a Tampa crash and rescue that, so scary. Car crashed, caught on fire, and first responders came to the scene, and all of this was caught on some body cam video, so take a look.
Watch out. Let me bend this way. Back. She in here. Come out here, baby. Come out. Come out. Hold on. Try. Watch your feet. Come on. Hey, hold on. We got it. Come on. You got it. Come on. You got it. Come on. Anybody else?
Wow, you can just feel, right, the tension in that moment. This happened Sunday morning along East Fowler Avenue, and officers used batons and even their bare hands, I think you saw, to break through that glass and reach that driver and, of course, pulled her to safety. So Fox 13 spoke with the officers about that dramatic rescue. Take a listen.
I'm sure she was still pretty shocked about the incident. We just pulled her out. She definitely was, grateful. I don't think it kicked in at that moment for her, that very second. But she was calm. I'm glad that she only had some minor injuries from all that.
It's a good experience, it had a positive outcome,
and that's all you can ever ask for.
Yeah, it reminds us why we wear the badge. You know, every day we don't know what we step into the unknown, and saving a life is you know, a big deal to us. I'm sure she.
Yeah, it's a big deal for her, too. The driver and 2 officers did suffer some minor injuries, but you can tell it could have been so much worse. Police have not released the driver's name or any details about what caused the crash. But I'll tell you what, that's some heroism right there as far as I'm concerned, because, you know, their lives were in danger by that fire, too.
Yeah, they were, Linda. That is a great story there to highlight. Thank you for our Tampa connection on this Wednesday. I think we'll see you tomorrow.
You'll definitely see me tomorrow.
All right, Linda, thank you. All right, we will continue on with more Florida Live right after this break. We've got a busy show for you. It is changing as we speak because some of our interviews that we've had lined up have been shifting just because of the natures of their schedule and the votes happening right now on the House floor. So stick with us, and we'll be back with some more Florida Live in just a couple of minutes. Welcome back into Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon. Manny Martinez here along with you as we are watching both of these live sources all morning and all afternoon long. On the left, that is the media gaggle that is waiting for Sean Diddy Combs to walk out from the courthouse. We haven't seen him yet. We don't think he has. We've seen his family go in and out. And that after a conviction on 2 of the lesser of 5 counts he faced in his federal case. On the right side, that is on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. That is where they are debating the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and that is the president's spending and tax bill. It passed the Senate yesterday, 51-50. The vice president cast the tie-breaking vote. So that tells you it was a contentious issue even within the Republican Party, as you had 3 Republican senators vote against it. It is a chamber in which, well, they're both chambers in which the Republicans hold the majority. When it comes to the United States House, 3 no votes is all Speaker Mike Johnson can afford for this to pass. 3. if a fourth Republican defects and sides and votes along with the Democrats, it will not pass. So that is why we are watching both of these closely. And we did have an interview lined up with South Florida Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz for two reasons. One being her thoughts on being on the House floor today. And she did speak earlier this morning. We carried the back end of her comments live on Fox 35 News Plus. The second reason is that yesterday, and this was our big story yesterday, she, along with 6 other Democratic members of Congress, including Representatives Darren Soto and Maxwell Frost from Central Florida, sent this letter, signed onto this letter that they sent to Governor DeSantis in regards to the opening of the newest immigration detention facility in South Florida, which we were at yesterday in Ochapee, and it's dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. So that was going to be our interview at just about this time, so we will now have to find about 10 minutes more to fill, but that is not a problem. We have, again, those 2 live feeds that we are monitoring. I'll read some of what's in this letter just a little bit. It is addressed to the governor, and it says, "We are seriously concerned about the future treatment of immigrants at this facility. It is also important that we uplift grave concerns over the environmental and tribal impacts of your decision." And it finishes with, "We urge you to immediately reverse course, halt construction activity, and fully withdraw the proposal to establish any detention facility at the Dade Collier site." And this letter is dated July 1, 2025, significant because that's the same day, that's yesterday, the same day that the president and the Homeland Security Secretary visited this prison, got a tour from the governor and state officials, I shouldn't say prison, detention center, and got a tour from state officials of the detention center. And so the date that's on the letter is the same day that it opened up. And so one of the questions that I wanted to ask of the Congresswoman was, sending the letter on the same day, you know, what messaging was there between perhaps her office and other Congress members and the governor and his team? As we know, there was a week plus of buildup into the opening of this facility. We will try to get an interview at 4 o'clock if you're with us on Fox Local Orlando with the Congresswoman. But that is, again, that is all fluid, depending on what is happening here in Washington, D.C. And that is that House representatives are on the floor debating the president's spending bill with the nickname Big Beautiful Bill. A little later in the show, we will have, in fact, actually, why don't we do that now? We have some response and support for the passing of the Big Beautiful Bill from local Congress members Mike Haridopoulos and Randy Fine. And Haridopoulos actually joined us on Good Day Orlando. So we'll play what they said on the House floor here for you. And then we will go into Haridopoulos' comments on Good Day Orlando when he did an interview with Fox 35's Amy Kuffelt.
Promises made, promises kept. Voters wanted change for one simple reason. It was too expensive to live in America the last 4 years. Gas prices, rent prices, food prices up radically. So this bill is designed to help those very people hurt the last 4 years. People who earned tips, who earned overtime, people who earned Social Security get the big tax cut. And let's be clear here so the American public hears it loud and clear. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. Under this bill, it remains at 37%. And at the same time, we're protecting the most vulnerable. Please read the bill. You'll see that seniors in nursing homes, unaffected. You will see that persons who are disabled, unaffected. Pregnant women on Medicaid, unaffected. And low-income kids, because their parents aren't making much, unaffected. Isn't it nice to see that Washington actually keeps its promises from the campaign trail? This is a welcome change just because Donald Trump said we're going to bring America back by putting more money back in their pockets instead of sending it up here to Washington, D.C. And he promised a secure border, 99% reduction in the number of people coming across the border illegally. That is action. And what are we putting in this bill? The money needed to make sure it stays that way. I'm proud to support this bill because I went to Washington for one reason: make promises, keep promises, and prove that the Republicans can lead and are willing to make sure that the great American comeback continues.
As I sat here and listened to that panoply of speeches or motions over the last few seconds, I was reminded of the fact that when we say there should be no cuts to Medicaid, we are saying there should be no cuts to illegal immigrants that are getting Medicaid. Now, we live in a world where we spend more money than we bring in. And it is not fair to actual Americans to be forced to take on additional debt to give benefits to people who are not in this country legally. And I would note that the Democrats have not proposed a solution that would allow us to continue to give benefits to people who shouldn't be here anyway and pay for them without our children going into future debt. We must keep that in mind. We are here to fight for Americans, and that is what this bill does.
So that was earlier this morning on the House floor. This is a live look now. You'll see that they are voting on an amendment, and they have been voting on amendments like these or motions and other things that are not the bill itself for the past, I want to say, couple of hours as we have been watching this feed. We will be right back with Florida Live in just a moment. And when we come back, we will play in full Mike Haridopoulos' comments on the big, beautiful bill in his interview with Amy Kaufeld. Stay with us. We are watching closely as the House debates the president's spending bill that's happening live right now on Capitol Hill. And earlier this morning, we had on Good Day Orlando, Congressman Mike Haridopoulos share his thoughts. We just heard some of what he had to say this morning on the House floor. Here is part of an interview that he did with Fox 35's Amy Kuffeld.
Let's talk about this, because if any changes are made by y'all at the House of Representatives, then it has to go back to the Senate again. Is that right?
That's exactly right, Amy. But today is the big day for the big, beautiful bill. I'm actually pleased to vote for this bill because it will provide needed tax relief to people who hardest hit the last 4 years by energy prices, by rent prices, food prices. And this gives substantial breaks to earn for those people who earn overtime, tips, and of course, people who have earned Social Security by working their entire working lives. It's so important that we get this bill passed because we want to energize this economy and offer certainty and stability to taxpayers, whether it be business owners or individuals.
Mike, we know that Senator Scott was a holdout initially because he really wanted to make some of those changes to Medicaid. What are your thoughts on those changes that were made, and how will they potentially help Americans?
Well, I think the most important understanding about Medicaid is that we need to help our most vulnerable citizens. Those are our senior citizens in our nursing homes. Those are the disabled. Those are kids of low-income parents. Those are pregnant women. Those are untouched in this bill. And I want to make sure everyone hears that clearly. Medicaid is untouched for the vulnerable citizens in this country, let alone the state of Florida. In addition to that, the people who will, quote, lose Medicaid are just three groups. Those are people who are here illegally. Illegal aliens would no longer get Medicaid. Second are the groups of people who lied on their application and said they qualified. And third are people who simply refuse to work and just want free health care when other people are paying $1,500 or $2,000 a month for their family to get health care. And so we are keeping the vulnerable with Medicaid, and those people who choose not to participate or have broken the law will no longer receive Medicaid. That's really important for the viewers to know. We would not touch a vital program that helps those people who are truly in need.
Mike, I want to pause real quick here to listen to what Senator Chris Murphy had to say on Monday, because he was pretty critical of some of the cuts. So let's pause and listen to that, and then I'll get your reaction.
If you are going to ruin people's lives by kicking them off their health care or cutting their food stamps, don't make the moral injury even worse by padding the pockets of the richest people in the country.
All right, so Mike, this is something that you know, some Democrats have said that basically this bill is just going to make the rich richer, and also responding about the Medicaid changes. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I would advise Mr. Murphy to read the bill. It might be helpful he actually read the bill. Two things. One is the current rate for the wealthiest Americans is 37%. Under this bill, it stays exactly the same, 37%. The second part of this, again, is we're helping the most vulnerable. The people, like I mentioned before, pregnant women, persons in nursing homes, people who are disabled, their Medicaid will go untouched. So what he's talking about is simply not true. The only people who, quote, lose Medicaid are people who refuse to work, though they're able-bodied, are people who are here illegally, or people who simply lied to get Medicaid. And let me ask you this, Amy, how fair is it that people who work hard every day are paying $1,500, $2,000 a month for private health care, and a person who refuses to work gets free health care? That's not the American way. We're a nation of workers. We believe the rule of law. And this is no giveaway to the billionaires, as he said. He's exactly wrong. The highest tax rate stays exactly the same. And the people who do get these tax cuts are people on Social Security, who are people who work overtime and who earn tips, meaning people who earned their money. That's really important distinction. That's really reason why I'm voting for this bill. Plus, one last thing, Amy, the border incursions are down 99%. We proved we can actually secure the border. We're going to add more dollars to make sure that border stays secured.
Mike, we're almost out of time, but just real quick, the House has already passed this once. Do you anticipate this will happen again in time for the July 4th deadline that the president is hoping for?
We need to pass this bill. We need to offer certainty and stability to all Americans. I want to pass this bill today. I'm optimistic we'll get it done. It's essentially have the economy that we need so that we can really enjoy truly the American dream, because things are happening in a positive way here and around the world, and I want to be a part of that solution.
So it was Congressman Mike Haridopoulos this morning on Good Day Orlando with Amy Kaufelt sharing his thoughts on the president's spending bill, which is now up for a debate in the House. Coming up here on Florida Live, the governor was in Monticello today. A bronze statue of Thomas Jefferson unveiled. And then also, in the lead up to the 4th of July holiday, FDOT talking safety. We'll be right back with Florida Live in 2 minutes. For now, it is a beautiful afternoon over there in Daytona Beach. You'll see some of the big clouds that are off in the distance. Looks like they are over some water. You'll see some people are there enjoying some time on the sand and in the sun. And we certainly hope that you are enjoying your time here with us on Florida Live. We do have Governor Ron DeSantis in Monticello today to get to, and that's because he was at an unveiling of a statue of Thomas Jefferson, one of our founding fathers, and that happening outside the courthouse down there in Jefferson County. And this is all part of a year-long celebration of the United States of America's 250th birthday coming up next year. So we're partying here in Florida for a whole year leading up to that big day. And this is actually number 2 for DeSantis when it comes to statues like these, because back in February, the governor unveiled a statue of George Washington over at the state capitol. So we will get to the governor's remarks here when he was joined in the unveiling by Coberger, the Secretary of State here in Florida. Why don't we take a listen, and that way you can see the statue for yourself.
But if you want to know about debates throughout American history that we have had about the role of government, almost all those debates trace back to Hamilton and Jefferson having the clash. And they were both really big intellects, really big thinkers. And ultimately, Hamilton, I think, won Washington's affection with his vision more than Jefferson did. But Jefferson ended up getting elected president in 1800, and then he was able to put his vision into reality. But it's interesting because he was viewing, they say it when they teach it in school, they say, well, he was a strict constructionist. Hamilton was a loose constructionist. And maybe that's the right way, but I think that a lot of people view it and say, you want to just accurately interpret the Constitution. And so if there's a robust power, then it's robust. If it's not, then it's not. Be that as it may, the caricature of Jefferson has been that he was very stingy. He read every single power very narrowly. You couldn't really move a muscle at the federal level unless it was specifically there in the Constitution. But then he had an opportunity to do something which no president has been able to do since then, and that's double the size of the country with the Louisiana Purchase. And it created a conundrum for him, because if you're going to be very stingy on how you view that, there was no explicit provision saying that you could buy land. Now, there were powers that would imply that, and that's why a lot of people were fine with what he did. But, he had to really wrestle with this. Ultimately, he pulled the trigger. It's got to be one of the best real estate acquisitions in world history that he was able to do, and it really set the stage for the country to expand and ultimately become what it is. He reduced the federal debt when he was in. That's something that I think a lot of people, appreciate this day and age. I don't think the founders would ever have imagined that we would have ended up having a debt to GDP ratio that's like 130% of our economy. So he really was fiscally responsible, and he did believe in limited government. He didn't want government micromanaging. He really wanted the states to be the leader and be in control of this. Now, some people looked at his presidency. There were definitely some missteps, the embargo of 1807, all this stuff. And I think it was Benjamin Rush that said, he loved Jefferson, but Jefferson may have had a little bit more genius than judgment on some of these core issues. So that's something that people have criticized him for. And he's also, of course, been criticized for having written the Declaration of Independence, saying that all men are created equal, and yet continue all the way until the end to own a lot of slaves. And people say, you were in Virginia, it was a plantation type society before the Declaration. But, even other people that were in that, like George Washington, eventually freed all his slaves. Jefferson never did that. It was always a big struggle with him, and he would kind of agonize in these letters. But a lot of people have said, okay, he asserted everyone's equal. He said that we're small d democratic, but he really did live as an aristocrat and didn't totally fulfill in his personal life the principles that he put down. And so he's criticized for that. And I think it's totally fair. And I think it's fair to criticize any of the founders for the decisions and actions they make. But I do think it's wrong to demonize them and act like somehow 250 years later, like, oh, you did this. So take them for all the pluses and minuses. And even when he retired, he founded one of the great universities in this country, University of Virginia. He designed the University of Virginia. He was an architect and was able to do that. Honestly, this building is similar to kind of Jefferson's style of architecture. So he was a very multifaceted guy, not just a statesman. He was a scholar, he was a writer, he was an inventor. He did a lot of things that you really probably wouldn't see too many people who were able to do that in this day and age. And so I think it's appropriate that the state of Florida is recognizing, all the people that helped bring into fruition our country. But I think here in Jefferson County, I think it's appropriate to be able to have a statute that's been provided by the state of Florida so people can...
I'm going to skip ahead here in this video to get you to the unveiling of the statue, because we do have a live feed out of Idaho that we want to get to in a moment. There you see the statue, the statue of Thomas Jefferson, and that is the governor and the secretary of state. That is down in Monticello, Florida. All right, so this live feed out of Boise, Idaho is happening right now. Brian Coberger pleaded guilty to killing 4
We are grateful
college
for the
students
gift of the young,
at the
vivacious,
University of
promising
Idaho.
lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And we deeply
These are the families of the victims.
their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today, including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Lake County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hippler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process, and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us on our journey to heal. We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure. We embark on a path of hope and healing. We invite all of those who have mourned with us to join us, and we wish you well. Thank you. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
So that was the attorney for the family of Madison Mogen, a 21-year-old among the 4 killed at the University of Idaho back in November of 2022. Now, this camera has been stationed outside the courthouse in Boise, Idaho, this entire morning, as just within the past hour plus, Brian Coberger pleads guilty to the murder charges in a plea deal. The judge approved a plea agreement that spares Coberger, the 30-year-old, from the death penalty. In exchange, he will serve 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. So again, the plea agreement is no death penalty, but he will serve 4 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Now, you heard there from that attorney, the attorney for the Mogan family, that it was the best outcome for that family and for what he said, the state. That is not something that all of the victims' families agree with. So as for the charges that Coberger faced here and pleaded guilty to, that's 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. So the victims, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Zaina Carnodal, and Ethan Chapin, all college students at the University of Idaho. And this is that live feed. That was the first family that came out to speak with reporters there after the plea agreement was read and announced in court. We will be right back with more Florida Live in just a moment. When we come back, that is when we will get our report from Fox 35's Morgan Parrish about holiday safety, as Florida is one of the top destinations, we know it, for holidays, and we have a holiday weekend coming up. The Department of Transportation's message to make sure that you stay safe coming up in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. This is all happening live on Florida Live. Welcome back into Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon. Manny Martinez here with you as Garrett enjoys some time off this week. And so why don't we take this time to get the warning from the Florida Department of Transportation to make sure that everybody stays safe on the roads. And Fox 35's Morgan Parrish was with the team this morning, and she has what you need to know to have a safe holiday weekend.
Stars, stripes, and safe travels. We are covering it all this morning here at FDOT. And joining me now, we have Garrett Popovich. He is the Road Ranger Supervisor, and we are learning all the things that people should expect before getting on the road this holiday weekend. So what is the biggest thing that drivers should keep in mind?
With Central Florida being the #1 destination domestically for this July 4th, really
pack your patience, be distracted free, and if you come up on an incident with our first responders, road ranger, trooper, tow operator, to move over and slow down.
Yeah, and I know that it's all hands on deck here at FDOT preparing for the weekend. I kind of want to do a little walk and talk with you. So can you explain to me, what it's like kind of a day-to-day here at FDOT, but especially during a holiday weekend?
So your day-to-day here at the Regional Transportation Management Center, it's staffed 24/7, 365 days a year, willing and ready to respond to any incident that is occurring on our roadway. The goal of this center is to be the eyes and ears and work with our first responder community and partners to ensure that if an incident occurs on that roadway, we're able to clear it quickly and safely to get everyone to their destination on time.
Yeah, and what are some of these employees working on right now on their computer screens? We see all of the monitors up and also looking at all of that traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. So our operators here, they are performing multiple tasks, whether taking calls from other agencies to dispatch road rangers to incidents, looking for incidents using our network of cameras or detection devices to try to dispatch road rangers before you even have to call, changing signal timing to make sure that the route is the most efficient route we can provide to those travelers. It's an all hands on deck approach this July 4th holiday.
Yeah, and especially with this rain this weekend, are you guys even on a more high alert?
Weather is always a factor in our operations, and with the amount of rain that is expected, it's definitely going to throw kind of a wrench into our operational plan. We are prepared and ready to respond if we need to.
Yeah, for sure. And talk a little bit about Florida 511.
The Florida 511 app is really the Connect No Go application for everyone. You can see if there's incidents before you travel. You can even look at the FDOT traffic cameras yourself if you want to see what traffic's like out on that roadway. So I definitely encourage people to download it if you haven't. It's really a big, important application that can really help you plan your route.
Yeah, very convenient. And I think earlier you were telling us, 72 million drivers on the road this weekend?
Yeah, AAA is expecting over 72 plus million drivers traveling, and with Central Florida being that #1 destination for domestic travel, we are an all-hands-on-deck approach and ready to respond if we need to.
Yeah, all right. Well, some great advice and a lot of travelers on the road. I think I'm going to stay put and maybe just be in the backyard and grill. I think that sounds like the safest bet. All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning here at FDOT. Be safe if you're getting on the roadways this holiday weekend. If you're traveling near or far, again, pack your patience, wear your seatbelt, slow down on the road. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, good advice there from Morgan about making sure to stay safe on the roads. We know that it is going to be a busy time this holiday weekend, and we are, as she mentioned, expecting some of that rain. All right, I see that it's 2:59 now. It is time now to say goodbye to our audience that is on Fox Local Tampa. We are not going away. If you click over to Fox Local Orlando, and if you stick with us, we'll still stay on YouTube because we are monitoring a news conference that is about to start at 3 o'clock. And in fact, it looks like the Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood has taken the podium right now. It is, and you see the Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is there with him as well. And this is a news conference about nearly 30 arrests in relation to a shooting, a biker gang shooting in New Smyrna Beach. So
I don't want to get chastised. We'll wait till 3 o'clock. So nobody said we started early.
You just heard him say that he will wait until 3 o'clock, and that does us a little bit of a favor, where we can get him all situated, focused up, and live on our air. So this is a big story. It happened on a Saturday right at 11:30 in the morning at the racetrack on State Road 44. Here is the sheriff.
Thank you all for being here today. As you remember, on March the 6th at 11:30 a.m., we had mayhem break out at the racetrack gas station on 44 in New Smyrna. You had a battle royal with gunfire between the Mongols and, Warlocks. Thank you. I'm at that certain age now. Bullets were flying. Innocent people were there. Children. Busy, busy, busy day. So we're going to play you a little video clip of what went on. It's only one angle. We got tons and tons of cell phone video that came in. So we'll show you the racetrack footage, and then we'll introduce everybody that's here. Are you playing behind me or behind me? Okay, so we'll step around. So as you can tell, we have a catchy name. Mongolian beef was the name of this operation. We will not mention who named that. Mongolian beef. Now, you know we had hours to prepare for this, right? I forget something. IT forgets something. I know the minute I introduce everybody, the goes off.
So this is a news conference here at the Volusia Sheriff's Office that we are watching. It's on a biker gang shooting that happened in New Smyrna Beach, and this is
We'll
video.
come back to the video. Okay. So anyway, on March the 6th, 11:30 a.m., the Mongols pull in. Clearly, they knew the warlocks were there, and they were going to attack them. And everybody you see here, within an hour of that shooting, joined forces to send a clear message that we are not going to tolerate violence, and in particular gang violence, not only in this community, but in the state of Florida. And joining me here is our state attorney, R.J. Larizza, FBI Jacksonville Special Agent in Charge, Jason Carley, New Smyrna Beach Police Chief, Chris Kirk, the Land Police Chief, Jason Umberger, and our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is here as well. So the investigation begins immediately, and New Smyrna takes the lead, and we begin getting tons of video, not only video from the racetrack, but video from people in their cars who videotaped everything. FBI and our detectives, New Smyrna Beach detectives, the Land, painstakingly went through every single frame of video, and they were able to identify 31 individuals that were responsible for that. As a result of that, we got 31 arrest warrants issued and 16 search warrants issued. The impetus behind all that was Chief Deputy Brian Henderson and Chief Deputy of the State Attorney's Office, John Reed. They sat down and they started to formulate, how do we proceed here? What kind of charges can we get? And they both agreed that the felony aggravated riot statute fit. And the state attorney and his brilliant staff, along with the FBI, began this painstaking journey to get to where we are today. So we're talking the VCSO, the Land, NSB, FBI, Homeland Security, DEA, and the FBI and the Richmond Police Department, and 9 sheriff's offices around the state this morning at 5 a.m. began executing those arrest warrants and those search warrants. Right now, as I speak to you, 28 people are in custody. We've recovered 30 handguns and 15 long guns. Clint Walker, who was the state rep, you would see when the video comes up, it's what they do is they see that the warlocks are there. There's a couple Mongols are there. You see them make some comments. It looks like they make some phone calls. They're sending text messages. And within 10 minutes, they leave their clubhouse in Edgewater, and they are at the NSB location, and they flood the area. They ring the warlocks, and then all hell breaks loose. Eventually, we're able to identify 7 people that are armed, 4 people who shot. 3 of those 4 people that shot were involved in a shooting last year in Titusville, where they surrounded a group of warlocks on US 1 and opened fire on them. Clint Walker was arrested that day. This morning, we were in Edgewater for Robert Manns, who was a shooter. We took over 20 firearms out of his house, and I can't tell you how much ammunition came out. And then I'm going to have to ask the AG for a favor on this one. I'm going to need a scholarship, if you can give me one, to Alligator Alcatraz, Port Orange resident Carlos Cardona Batista, who was arrested today and who was here in the country illegally. So I don't know if you can get us a scholarship for him, sir, but we would really appreciate that. One of the shocking things that came out of this, I think, was when you wonder why crime is the way it is and how people view things differently. At 7:53 this morning in Virginia, the FBI and Richmond PD lock up a Timothy Stevens on our arrest warrant, no bond. And a magistrate by the name of Barnett, his quote is, "I'm not bound by Florida law." At 10:22 a.m., locked up 7:53 a.m., 10:22 a.m., he walks free out of there. Now, I'll tell you, we're dealing with a lot of scumbags here, and I'm adding that magistrate to that list. Somebody that came into our community and destroyed it, and some magistrate in Virginia says this isn't serious enough. You guys go do something else to come and get him. So that's where we are right now, and I'll let everybody come up here and add in what they have to add in. I just have to tell you, I watched this thing, and I think the first day that it happened, I had no idea I'd be standing here 3.5 months later, surrounded by these folks, and telling you how hard they worked to make sure the message is sent forward. They lit the fuse, the Mongols, so everybody understands this. They lit the fuse. The federal government, state government, county government, and municipalities, it's game on now. It's game on, because there's going to be a treasure trove of evidence that's going to lead to more and more indictments and arrests and put all the motorcycle gangs on notice. If you come here and you show your ass, we're going to show ours. And RJ, I know you're much calmer than I am. I'll let you take it from here.
You know, all these years as your state attorney, it's always such a pleasure, one, to be here with Mike and the rest of the crew, but also to have a chance to follow him. You know, I've kind of learned how to do that after so many years. But let me start by saying, first off, that aggravated rioting is a second-degree felony. It's punishable by a maximum of 15 years in the state prison system. It's called aggravated rioting because it is a step up from rioting. Rioting doesn't require 25 or more folks to be involved, and it also doesn't require someone other than one of the rioters to be hurt. So those are a couple of the distinctions between rioting and aggravated rioting. The other thing about putting this together that I think is so impressive is when we got started, first of all, 31 arrest warrants just in and of itself is quite remarkable. And then 17, I believe it was, we said search warrants, or right around that number. All of those arrest warrants and search warrants have to be prepared in the jurisdictions where these folks are, and not all of them were in Volusia County. There are several jurisdictions, including out of state. But we were able to put that together, work with other jurisdictions. Brevard County helped us to get an arrest warrant and a search warrant. And what we're going to do is we're going to take that evidence, those phones, et cetera, that are seized. There's guns that have been seized as well. And we're going to see if there's additional charges that could come out of that and additional evidence that we can use to prosecute these cases. I got to tell you, I just came from a conference in South Florida, and I had my family with me. We stopped at a gas station, you know, along the way. You know, you got kids, they're always either want something or they need to do something. And so you stop and you get gas. Can you imagine what it would be like to be filling your car up with gas, or taking your grandkids by the hand and walking them into a gas station, and all of a sudden fighting and then gunfire erupts? I mean, we cannot tolerate that in the state of Florida. We shouldn't tolerate it anywhere. And I am just so impressed and grateful. I've worked in the system since 1980, folks, and I have never seen the level of commitment and assistance that the FBI provided. A.G. Uthmeyer and his crew have reached out and offered to help and have helped. I mean, all of the federal and state and local partners, it's impressive. But you know what? You know why it's like that here? It's because of the relationships that we have. You know, Mike Chitwood is one of a kind. And I tell you, we haven't always agreed on things, but we've always agreed to sit down, look each other in the eye, and figure out what we need to do to make you and your family safer. And we're going to continue to do that. So I want to wish all of you a wonderful 4th of July weekend. I hope you get a little time off, and God bless America. Thank you.
What do you mean we never got along on anything? I've never heard that before. To RJ's point, the FBI, not only what they did this entire investigation, over 200 agents were on the ground today. And if you look up on there, what RJ just talked about, there's where all the arrests were made throughout the county. And I want to welcome the special agent in charge, Jason Carley. He has just been transferred in to take over the Jacksonville office, and we are looking forward to a great relationship working with him. Sir?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Jason Carley. I'm the special agent in charge for FBI Jacksonville, which includes Volusia County and the surrounding area. Today, we stand united with one clear message. We will not tolerate violent crime in our communities, and we are taking actions to protect you. I want to first thank the sheriff and the state attorney and your teams for their investigative efforts, and also your partnerships in coordinating this large-scale, complex takedown today. The relationships between our agencies are strong. They run deep, and because of that, the community is safer today. Thank you also to all of our federal, state, and local partners that helped with the takedown today. As the sheriff had mentioned, we had more than 30 agencies helping us today. We had 7 FBI offices helping today, our headquarters, U.S. Attorney's Office, and numerous state and local law enforcement agencies helping us with that takedown today. I recognize the significant time, resources, manpower that you have committed to successfully and safely take these violent offenders into custody today. It's truly impressive collaboration, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without your help. I must also recognize the men and women of the FBI who had laser focused the last couple of months on this investigation. They were among the best that the FBI has to offer. I got to witness their dedication and mission today and seeing how they collaborate with all of our partners. They made me proud, and they should make you proud as well. Right now, I believe we're going to put some photos up of our team today in the command post. I don't know if we're going to have a technical issue with that. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, today these are just some photos of us, both in the command post and on scene. One of our search warrants today just showing a lot of the visuals of what collaboration we have, the partnerships we have with the sheriff here and all the entities that were participating. So I really appreciate that. And this will probably keep rolling as I speak here. The FBI has made a commitment to all Americans, each of you, that we will crush violent crime across the country. I am proud to share that the FBI is delivering on our commitment to you here in Florida. Today's operation is just one example of how we can bring the full force of our investigative capabilities to assist our local law enforcement partners and protect the community. There is no doubt Volusia County, in fact, the entire state of Florida, is safer today with these violent offenders off the street. In addition to the arrest today, the FBI and our local partners have executed 14 search warrants. 1 was on the Mongo Clubhouse, and 13 were on several different residences. As the sheriff had said, we got right now 30 handguns, 15 long guns, over $10,000 in cash, and we believe to have marijuana, meth, and fentanyl. In addition to the state charges filed today, I can also share that one of the subjects, Michael Angel Rodriguez, has been charged federally in the Middle District of Florida with felon in possession of a weapon, as was his wife, Chloe Paulina Hayden. Ms. Hayden was not originally a target of today's operation, but was with Rodriguez at the time of his arrest, and she is now in custody. And just to be clear, the FBI's work isn't done here in Florida or across the country. Today's operation is part of the FBI's nationwide initiative called Summer Heat to crush violent crime across the summer months. As part of Summer Heat, the FBI has launched a multi-pronged approach we will surge resources to our federal, state, and local partners. We are focusing on executing arrest warrants of violent criminals and fugitives, and we are working to dismantle violent gangs and remove drugs and guns from your streets, as we did and you can see from today. Through our FBI task forces, like the Daytona Beach Safe Streets Task Force, we are aggressively restoring safety in our communities. And these efforts are sending a clear message. The FBI will deploy every available resource to protect the American people and restore public safety in Florida and across the country. Today is just one example of that, and the FBI will work alongside with Sheriff Chitwood and all of our law enforcement partners, protect you and keep our community safe. You deserve a safe community. Thank you for your time.
New Smyrna Beach Police Chief Kirk.
Good afternoon. I don't think there's much I can add that hasn't already been said. So from New Smyrna Beach, I just want to thank the sheriff, all of his staff, the state attorney's office, the FBI, all of our law enforcement partners. This happened in our jurisdiction on the cusp of Bike Week and spring break, and was a nightmare scenario for our agency. And the collaboration and tenacity shown by all of these agencies is just so impressive, and we're very appreciative.
Thank you. And the Land Police Chief, Jason Umberger, he assigned one of his detectives to our Safe Street Task Force with the FBI. He was out there when all this went down, and we want to thank you for that.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what was already been said here. We really appreciate our partnership with the FBI. It's been unbelievable having a person on their task force, Safe Streets Task Force, and it's just an honor to work with these gentlemen and all these agencies to bring all of these people to justice and put them where they belong, not around our families and our communities. So I'm very pleased with today's outcome, and we look forward to partnering and working together in future endeavors to put violent criminals away. Thank you.
Thank you, Jace. Our Florida Attorney General has got one heck of a busy schedule. When he heard about what was happening, he was like, I got to be there. I have to be there. And we're honored to have our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, here with us today. Mr. Attorney General?
Yeah. It's great to be here for yet another major takedown, another great example of well-executed law enforcement response that ultimately saves lives and protects Florida families. Florida's a rule of law state. I think everybody knows that by now. And Volusia County is a rule of law county. You got a great sheriff, great state attorney, great local authorities. I want to commend them for a job well done. Our office, our statewide prosecutors, we're here to help however we can. It's great to be part of a collaboration across agency lines. I think that's what makes us so successful and makes us the #1 public safety state to raise a family. Sheriff, I did call over to Alligator Alcatraz. They are officially open for business, and they do have accommodations available.
We appreciate that.
So after this guy gets booked, he might just have a one-way ticket to Alligator Alcatraz and then wherever he came from. We're committed, rule of law. We're going to stand by the federal government. We appreciate what the Trump administration is doing to put bad guys away, keep people safe, and enforce the law, restore rule of law in our country once again. So thanks again for having me.
We appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir. We're going to open it up. Anybody has any questions?
Sheriff, you talked about all the use of cell phone video, the video from the gas station. How much of that, I mean, the community came together, it seems like, to help this case out. Could you talk a little bit about that? And you know, just the need for more of that as this investigation.
The difficulty was you had no victim, right? You had 2 people shot that were warlocks that refused to cooperate. You had people in their cars who their vehicle was shot up, refused to cooperate. All we really had was the cell phone video, and it was tons of cell phone video that people shot on 44, that shot inside of the store parking lot. They shot inside the store and the store video. So the FBI and the detectives painstakingly went through that. We even had a gang investigator, and correct me if I'm wrong back there, Sergeant, from Las Vegas contact us to help make identifications on that. That's how wide this went when people saw that, how appalled they were at the lawlessness and the violence that occurred. And the message here from all of us is this. Yeah, there's a lot of times we can't make an arrest in an hour, okay? This isn't 48 hours. This is real life. So from the minute that call came in, all of these entities were working their asses off to find out who was behind this and make our community safe and get them off the streets. And you saw that. 3.5 months is pretty damn good, in my opinion, of all of us working together to make sure justice in this gets done to this community. And the message is sent. This is not going to happen here. It's not going to happen in our state of Florida with this attorney general. It's not going to happen here with this state attorney.
Can I say one more thing, Sheriff? I think it's important to note, we've got these anti-rioting laws that are on the books, fairly new laws. I want to thank our legislature for stepping up to deliver them, having enhanced penalties. We've been messaging we are not California. We're never going to be. If you're engaged in these violent demonstrations where you have weapons, where you're obstructing traffic, where you're putting lives in danger, you don't have to actually shoot and hurt somebody to do some serious time. So I think this aggravated rioting is a great start to allow the investigations to proceed, and it sounds like as we continue to find weapons and other evidence, this could lead to additional charges and further investigations. So it's great that we keep the public safe. You're not going to riot. You're not going to engage in violent demonstrations, and hopefully this enables law enforcement to dig deeper and find additional evidence of criminal activity.
Can anything be done to get the suspect in Virginia in custody?
We are working on it as we speak. Our extradition unit is going to apply for what's called, with the help of the state attorney, we're applying for a governor's warrant. They'll take him into custody, and the governor will demand that this scumbag gets extradited back here. And I can guarantee you he'll be met at the airport, and he won't be going to the racetrack for a cup of coffee or anything else.
How many of these people are from Volusia or Flagler County?
3 from Volusia.
Can you guys tell us which ones, or give us a list?
The person that was arrested on the first night, Clint Walker was arrested by New Smyrna Beach Police Department the night of the incident. Roger Means from Edgewater was arrested today. And Baptista was arrested today in Port Orange. He's the one we're trying. He's from Bolivia. He's the one we're asking the Attorney General to give a scholarship to Alligator Alcatraz.
I don't know who would want to answer, but is there a growth in motorcycle gangs and biker gangs in the state of Florida? I understand that there are more gangs operating in the state of Florida. Anybody have any information on that?
I think there's been motorcycle gangs operating in the state of Florida since motorcycles ever came into existence.
Yeah, I heard though that they were expanding in the state.
I don't know if we can answer that. What we can say is that if you come here and you commit violent acts, you're involved in dope dealing, child pornography, you're going to get locked up. And just keep something in mind here. The Mongols are recognized as an organized crime domestic terror group in the United States of America and internationally. So that's how big, that's how far their stench stretches. And it's not just them, it's all these outlaw motorcycle gangs. They're all into the same thing. Think back to my time here. The leader of the outlaws locked up for child pornography. One of the leaders locked up for murder. So it just because you wear a patch on your back, it's not just one group. They're all in this together, and they're all here to destroy the quality of life for any individuals.
Sheriff, we can answer your question. It's Menace, Baptista, and Rodriguez were arrested in Volusia.
Thank you.
And again, can you just clarify the other crimes, kind of crimes you guys have found them involved with?
Right now, we're sticking with the aggravated riot. There's a lot to play out, as you heard the FBI say, you heard the Attorney General say, you heard RJ say, this isn't over. On March 6th, they lit the wick. And now you're going to see all of these entities come together, and there's a treasure trove of evidence that was recovered. All of those firearms, you think they're going to be linked to other crimes, other murders, other shootings throughout the country? I'm pretty confident we're going to see that.
Do you think what happened today could help dismantle the organization?
I don't know if we're going to ever dismantle it, but I think we did a hell of a job today in disabling one portion of that group. But as you know, history has taught us, it's like whack-a-mole. You hit one here, another one pops up over there. Because there's profit in it, In confusion, there's profit.
Are there, how many outlaw motorcycle clubs have clubhouses in Volusia County?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Was the clubhouse known to the sheriff's department or any of the entities?
All the clubhouses are known to us.
Okay. And so
I mean,
they were pretty much on your guys' radar already to begin with.
they got big signs outside says Mongo's Clubhouse.
Yeah,
Everyone else keep out.
Yeah, they ride around with patches, and so I'd imagine that the event like Bike Week, you guys get hyper aware of this, and so.
We're aware of it all the time, and they come and go. They ebb and flow. You know, I can guarantee you, if their law enforcement was in that clubhouse will no longer exist, because they don't want to be anywhere where the cops were in already, especially if the cops use the facilities in there. They're definitely not going to look for another place to go. The sad part is you have unscrupulous business owners that will lease their property to them, like the upstanding business owner down there where this place was. He didn't know that they were an organized terror group, that they're internationally known for crime. It's like when he had residents in Daytona renting their houses out, that you don't know what they're all about and you do it anyway. The best disinfectant to these roaches is daylight. That's what it is. And the daylight is us. It's a community and law enforcement coming together to shine light on who they are. You know, you look at that rogues gallery up there. I could tell you there'll be a local newspaper tomorrow that will write the headline where some unscrupulous person will tell you that so-and-so, he can't be a member of the Mongols. He's an upstanding man who goes to church every Sunday and helps old ladies across the street. Bullshit. But you'll read that tomorrow, trust me, or in a couple days you'll read it.
What's the name of the president of the Evolution chapter?
The guy who was Clint, why do you keep me going back to my notes? Clint Walker is considered, and Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, state rep? Yes. State rep for the Mongols.
State rep, what's that?
Anybody have any other questions? Thank you all for coming. Have a great day. That's why we don't deal with the New Journal.
Can you play the video?
Play the video, please.
This is the video that we're finally getting to see. This is gas station surveillance that they had trouble playing earlier in this news conference.
What you got is you have the warlocks. Well, we went too fast. Can you back up? You'll have the warlocks come in, and they're parked up top here. They're in, you see the motorcycles, they're in the racetrack getting something to drink. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Slow down. All right, this white car here pulls in before anything else is. They're like Mongols in soft clothing. They see the warlocks, they make a phone call, and the clubhouse is only, what, 2 miles, 3 miles up the road? You'll see the Mongols start to come in droves now. And look at the clock. We started this at 11:20. In 13 minutes, you start to see all of these Mongols pulling in. Again, you have the warlocks up top here. And you see everybody huddled around this car. And what you're going to see is a pickup truck is going to pull in here in a little bit. It'll be on the bottom of the screen. And the state representative, Clint Walker, he's there with a couple other guys. He gets out. And it seems when he gets out of the car, that's when all hell breaks loose. So you're maybe looking at 8 to 10 to 12 warlocks. And as this thing starts to grow, you're looking at maybe 30 or 40 or more Mongols that were all coming up from the clubhouse. And they made a beeline up 95, probably going over 100 miles an hour to get up there. So you still see them pile in. There's their colors. They obviously know this was going to happen. Again, this happened last July in Titusville, where they surrounded a group of warlocks on US 1 and prevented them and blocked US 1, and then all hell broke loose. This is Clint Walker pulling up. He's driving the car. You see them get out. Nobody does anything until he walks over. What he's saying, we don't know, but shortly after he's there, all hell then begins to break loose. We're not showing some of the cell phone video where you could really see and you could really hear the gunshots, and you see people diving for cover, people running across 44, and here the beatdowns begin. And here's the guy's that guy's got a gun. So like I said, there's a total of 7 guns the detectives were able to identify, 4 shooters. And then obviously, game's over, everybody beats feet before the cops get there. But again, this is just one part of surveillance video. Surveillance inside the store. There's cell phone video where you hear all the gunshots, you hear people screaming, you see people diving for cover. I mean, there's a family in an SUV, and this is today. There's your example of what happens when you're the state rep.
Do you know how many shots were fired that day?
Probably a dozen or more. There's a video where there's a guy pulls in on a bicycle. I'm really not sure what club he belongs to, but he starts to pick up the shell casings when he's there. So that's it. Thank you all.
So we just learned a lot from Volusia Sheriff Mike Chitwood about the biker gang shootout that happened in the middle of a Saturday morning over in New Smyrna Beach. And we were there. Fox 35 was actually first to tell you. We sent you a push alert about this shooting. This is video that we shot at the scene as investigators started to put this case together. And this here now is some of that cell phone video that the sheriff was referencing. You see the beatdown happen here. You see the punching and kicking. This is from somebody who was filming on their cell phone. He takes off running and screaming and heads for the entrance of this gas station because they are shooting at this point. And we learned from the sheriff that it was a total of 7 people who were armed, 4 of them shot. You'll see in this video coming up here, there's a woman shielding a small child inside this gas station. You saw the fear in her eyes right now. 3 of those people who shot, the sheriff says, were involved last year in Titusville in a brawl that happened also near a gas station. That one also along a big road on US 1. I remember that story. I was out there covering that story for us. And so the sheriff says that this is something that is known. What we learned here today is that they've gotten 31 arrest warrants. They've converted on 28 of them. The charges are state charges in most of these cases of felony aggravated riot. That is a second-degree felony. One suspect that we know of is facing federal charges, and they called this operation Mongolian Beef because we learned today, as we knew that Saturday when it happened, that it was a fight between the Mongols and the warlocks. And so we also learned from the sheriff that 2 warlocks were shot. They didn't want to cooperate, and that made it a little more difficult to put this case together in these 3.5 months. But he says that it took teamwork. We'll list out all of the agencies that he mentioned: the FBI office out of Jacksonville, the DeLand Police Department. This happened in New Smyrna Beach, so they were involved. The state attorney, R.J. Larissa, and the attorney general, James Uthmeyer, and Homeland Security, all part of this 3.5-month investigation to put this case together. The sheriff says that the Mongols lit the fuse and that there are more charges that are likely and that are possible. This happening in the middle of Bike Week and spring break. So it was a busy Saturday morning. And that was the first time, just minutes ago, when we saw the video from gas station surveillance, that was the first time we've ever seen that piece of video. And it was very enlightening. We've had the cell phone video from, since the day it happened, but we have not seen the angles from above where the sheriff's picture and narration of what happens helps tell the story of the fight between 8 and 12 members of outlaw motorcycle gangs, 8 and 12 members from the warlocks, and between 30 and 40 members of the Mongols. The sheriff says 13 homes were searched. The Mongols' clubhouse searched as well. They have recovered 30 handguns and 15 long guns. We also did learn here in this news conference today that Clint Walker, the man who was arrested that first night, that Saturday, he is listed, according to the sheriff, as the Mongols' state rep, so represents the state of Florida within the outlaw motorcycle gang. And we also learned that the sheriff has requested that at least one of the suspects, his words, he's asking the Attorney General for a scholarship to send that suspect to Alligator Alcatraz. That's the immigration detention center down in South Florida. So the sheriff says that this is not quite a dismantling of the Mongols and the outlaw motorcycle gang, but they are working on disabling it. And so all of this information is brand new, or most of this information is brand new to us, digesting it here with you. We know that we have a crew there. Chris Lindsay is there. He was at the news conference, and he'll be putting together a story for Fox 35 News at 5. The sheriff pointed out the sound, about how you could hear the gunshots. And I do believe that on this video, if I play it, you will be able to hear it. And there is profanity in it, but we have the majority of it bleeped. So why don't we take it full on screen and listen.
Oh, them shooting, man. Oh, that is shooting. That is real. They're shooting. Oh my God.
Do not go out there. They're actually shooting. I knew it because these bro. No, dude, yeah, he just locked the door. Look, they're all freaking running.
Oh my God.
Tab, come inside.
So there you heard some of the audio from inside the gas station, the confusion as all of this is happening. You saw the number of people there, and I pointed out just earlier about the mother or woman that was there sheltering a small child. They were hiding inside the gas station as the shooting was happening outside. So that will wrap up our special coverage here of this news conference from the Volusia Sheriff's Office on arrests. More than 24 of them, 28 to be exact, in a biker gang shootout that happened in New Smyrna Beach back in March. We will be back with more here on Fox Local at 4 o'clock when you join us for Fox 35 News Plus. Until then, we will say so long, and we'll put together a story of all of what you just saw for Fox 35 News at 5. In fact, I think the plan is to play some of this back so we can digest it again together, because there was just so much information when you join us here for Fox 35 News Plus at 4. So we have a lot of coverage on this developing story out of Volusia County with a number of arrests. And the sheriff talked about one of the arrests up in Virginia. We'll talk about that and his message to a magistrate judge on Fox 35 News Plus at 4. Until then.